What is up? Welcome to the Normal America Show, host robnoerr. Hope you're all having a fantastic Friday. I am having a great Friday. It is my son's last day of preschool. He's a little sad too. I'll explain why coming up, but I got a different type show for you today. Um, there will be less audience interaction than usual. And I think you'll understand why. Yeah, we maybe it'll be good not to have interaction because I might get a lot of hate from Nick Fuentes fans. No, maybe not. Maybe not. So what we're gonna do is review sort of a debate between Steven Crowder and Nick Fuentes that occurred here a week or so ago. I think it's a really important discussion to look at because I think in our little circle of sort of online politics on the right, this really is a topic that people are very interested in, and it's going to shape a lot of the discourse going forward in the right online coming up. Now, how much of an influence will this have on in real life politics? That's to be determined. We talked about this a little yesterday. I think all of us tend to be sort of weirdos in the sense that most people probably aren't watching online political shows or engaged in the discussions as much as me, or even you all, if you're watching a show like me. And so you tend to think that the voices you see probably have more impact than they actually do. So we'll see, though. I definitely think there is some impact, but once we get rolling here, you notice I don't have the dono bar above. I will read all the super chats before and after. But the idea is we're going to start putting clips up, my editor, and I'm trying to make it as easy as possible for him to just me reviewing a debate. It might be an hour, 2 hour review. But instead of saying, oh, look what my man Abe said and bringing that up on screen, which if you're just not watching live and you just want to see a debate review, you'd be like, it kind of takes you out of that. So once I get going, I'll probably just go continue a stream for like an hour to 2 hours without really reading super chats or looking at the audience. Obviously, I will afterwards. But that's sort of the intended goal here. We want to start putting one of these clips up at least once every 2 weeks of these debate reviews. I think I'm a good person to review debates. I was collegiate debater, qualified for the national debate tournament, was pretty good. Probably top 50 to top 75 debater in the country. I would say that's fair to say. Then I became a coach of collegiate debate, and I helped coach a team to a novice national championship in addition to a bunch of other success. And then obviously I debate online, and I think I'm, it's a little bragging, but I think I'm one of the best right-wing debaters online. So the intent here is that I'm trying to give an even-handed look of my honest opinion at some of these debates. I obviously have my bias as a populist conservative, someone who's still supporting Trump and the Republican Party with all of its faults. So that's going to color my review, but that's true of everyone. We all have bias. So I'll try my best to limit it as much as possible. So that'll be the intent today. So I know there'll be people joining later like, right, why isn't Rob answering super chats right now? Why isn't he talking to the audience like he normally does? Well, that's sort of what's going on. I thought about doing these not live, just sitting down at my computer and recording it. But I figure it can't hurt to do it live. And then you all that watch it live will get to see it before it goes up on the channel. So that's the idea. Now, I think that there is a market for people reviewing debates in a even-handed way as possible. So hopefully you could bring in some new people. What I really love doing is the live stream. So all of this is with the intent of bringing people hopefully into the community to watch the live streams. That's the idea. So yeah, why am I not trying to push the crypto scam? My water's back on. They were working on the water in the house last night. So during the stream last night, I didn't have water from like 9 p.m. till 7 a.m. this morning, but it's back. So cheers, drinking some water here. Wonderful. My son's sad, so he goes to preschool. It's a Catholic preschool, and it's where my wife went to school, and it's where my wife's mom went to school. Uh, so it's a good school. It's very small. Like the second grade there has 2 kids in the entire second grade in the school. The principal's my wife's cousin. The teacher for half the year was my wife's cousin. So it's very good. Um, but here's the thing: it is a private school and it costs money. It's not totally unreasonable. It's not like a shitload of money, but what happens is people really utilize the preschool. So what's insane is to go to a preschool like this, which is very nice, is actually less money than to like send your kid to daycare, which is crazy. So what happens is you get a lot of parents that are working that are like, "Hey, I got to find a daycare for my 4-year-old, 5-year-old," and they end up sending them to this school or other schools like this, Catholic schools in the area, because the preschool's actually cheaper and they're actually teaching and learning things. Well, once kindergarten starts, there's public school. And so a lot of parents that sent their kids here for preschool for financial reasons just say, well, now I'm just going to send them to public school for kindergarten. Now, we're not doing that. We're going to keep going to the Catholic school. But my son has started to learn this week, which is very sad for him, that a lot of the friends he made in his school aren't going to be in kindergarten with him. So he's going to go from probably around 12 to 16 people in his class now, depends on the day, and it's going to go to probably 6. So a lot of his friends he knows he's not going to see next year in school, and he's really bummed out about it. So today's his last day seeing his friends. So he was pretty sad this morning. He's very excited for summer vacation, but it's tough for like a little guy to like make friends like that. And this was his first interaction with kids of that age. So he has some older cousins, but we don't have any brothers or sisters. And he played baseball, t-ball last year where he made some friends, but this was his first sort of learning to be friends with other kids and, share and all that stuff. And then you make all these friends and then it's like, okay, that's it. You know, uh, so it's, I feel bad for the man. So what we're going to do tonight, there's a festival in the little town right up the way from us called Mayfest, and a bunch of families coming in for it. So I won't be streaming tonight. That's why I'm doing this show early. Uh, After today, I will be done until Sunday. So Friday, Saturday, we got fireworks. There's a parade. There's all this stuff. So I think it'll be a lot of fun. But the poor guy, he is a little sad about it. So he'll be all right though. He's a trooper. We'll put that goal up here for a second. Let's read some super chats, and then we're gonna get to business. Which one did I want? Shit. Yeah. All right. We're still gonna try to reach our goal of $357. We can do it. How long, Nate? $5. Thank you as always, my friend. Always appreciate it. My good friend Avarice, $50 says, "You have me up so early, Rob." Everything's on track, by the way. Good, man. That's great to hear. How long, Nate? Thanks, Avarice, by the way. $50. Really nice. How long, Nate? $10 says, "Debate coach reviews Fuentes versus Crowder." Sounds like clickbait. Good thing I know better. It is a little clickbaity. Huh? Vincent DeVici, thanks so much, man. $5 says, "What shocked me was the trans woman case in Australia. Tickle v. Giggle for girls. Federal court appeal." What are you talking about? Is that a real thing? Thank you, man. Perry Incorporated, $10 says, "Might not be around for the review, but it's my opinion that Crowder is a good debater, but often uses some bad faith phrasing to increase tensions. It's almost like he's fishing for conflict sometime." Could be. That certainly could be. Golbez Games, thanks so much. Becomes a YouTube member, Golbez. Final Fantasy 2, if I remember. The bad guy from it. I don't know. I haven't played those games in a long, long time. Intense Subject, $10 says, what are your thoughts on the SAVE Act, and do you think it'll get passed? Thanks for all you do. God bless. Thank you so much. No, I do not think it'll get passed. I think key Republicans don't support the SAVE Act. I love the SAVE Act. I think it's exactly what we need. We definitely need voter ID, but we also need assurances that people are American citizens when they vote. And the SAVE Act accomplishes both of those. So I definitely think it's something that I support, and it's got huge public approval. But no, I don't think the Republicans will pass it. Giggle Feet Tickles real? Okay. All right. So I promise I will read all super chats at the end. I'm sorry that this will be a little different. So I'm just going to straight review this with the intent of clipping it and then having it put up. So I won't be interacting with the audience much until the review's over. Couple things on this particular discussion. This was 4 hours. Now, normally, when I review something, I usually spend about 2 to 3 times more reviewing it than the length of it. So if I review an hour debate, to get through the whole debate usually takes me 3 to 4 hours. So to get through a 4-hour debate would take me 12 hours, which I'm not going to do. It's just not going to happen. So I have not watched the entirety of this. I've watched clips. I usually like to go into these with having as little information as possible about the specific interaction or debate, because I think it helps me check my bias. If I watch the video previously, then the thoughts you're getting when I'm reviewing it aren't necessarily my in-the-moment thoughts and could be colored by other things that I've heard people say about it. Obviously, that's going to be the case here, as I have seen clips, and certainly people have talked about this particular interaction. So what I've tried to do is I tried to distill it down to the interactions talking about Nick Fuentes' plan with his displeasure at the Republican Party and Trump administration to vote Democrat, and sort of the back and forth that happens there. Again, seeing as how I haven't watched the whole 4-hour video, I'm not positive that this is the first interaction that they have on the subject, but it appears, based on what I started to see, that this will be sufficient. So that's going to be the plan. I am starting on, and I'll link this on Stephen Crowder's channel on YouTube. I'm starting on part 2 of his interaction with Nick Fuentes. And I will link that for you. And I thank Stephen Crowder and Nick Fuentes both for engaging in this discussion, which is important anyways, but also for giving me an opportunity to review. I think I really appreciate that. So there's the link, and please check out Stephen's channel. Nick, I believe, can be found on Rumble. So easy to find if you go over to Rumble and search Nick Fuentes if you like either of the 2 arguments that you hear today. So that's where I will be starting. About into that video, we are going to start at minute 28, almost 29, is where we're going to be starting. And then we'll just go as much or as long as I feel is like it. I probably won't make it to the end of this interaction, but what I hope to do is give a comprehensive look at what's going on as we're watching. Last thing, I'll read these super chats real quick, and then we're going to get it. Tugger Nuts, thank you so much, man, for becoming a member. Really appreciate it. And then Guitar Guy, $5 says, not much of a super chatter. I promise to do better. God bless you and your family. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. God bless you. All right. Let's begin. All right, so we're looking at Stephen Crowder and Nick Fuentes here and this interaction. So we're starting into the section where they start talking about Nick's plan with his displeasure of the Republican Party and the Trump administration, particularly with the Iran war and lack of deportation sufficient to what he wants, to vote Democrat. And this is where there's going to be disagreement. Now, based on what I know about both of the two participants here, both of them are right-leaning, obviously, though they're going to have discrepancies on exactly what they think the most important issues are, how successful the administration's been, etc. So it's always interesting when you have debates with people that have a lot of ideological alignment. I always find that to be interesting. The first question you have to ask yourself when you're reviewing a debate, or definitely if you're participating in a debate, is what is the point of each person doing this debate? What are they trying to get out of it? And what you'll see oftentimes is there could be goals that are different from each person, and both of them could either achieve those goals or fail those goals. So debate's not as simple as, well, there's a formula and this is how you decide who won and lost. Both sides can advance their goal through the performance, so it's not always mutually exclusive. Now, as a purpose of evaluating the debate and just the arguments, you may be able to come to a decision yourself, which says, I think this particular person did better than the other, and that's perfectly reasonable. But I just want to be clear that it also has to do with what their individual goals are. I suspect, based on the limited amounts of this interaction that I've seen, that both Nick and Steven Crowder are not trying to sort of go to war with each other. Instead, they're trying to articulate their case to people whose positions that they largely respect or agree with. So in other words, Steven Crowder would love to encourage Nick Fuentes or Nick Fuentes followers to actually change their mind and not vote Democrat. And Nick, I believe, would like to make his case and try to convince more people why voting Democrat would be necessary in order to steer the Republicans and Trump administration back on the right track. So what you'll see here is not a very hostile interaction. Oftentimes when you see people that are diametrically opposed, perhaps like a Republican versus a Democrat, there tends to be more hostility, or at least less formalities from time to time, particularly in these online debates. Obviously, if you get into a more scholastic debate or something of that nature, there tends to be less hostility. But on these online debates, oftentimes you see that it can get pretty heated. That's not going to be the case here. Now, again, I've only watched clips of this, so we're going to go through it. I try when I'm reviewing these to give you my unfiltered thoughts on my first view watching. So what I'll be watching for is how each side tries to make their case as to why, given the beliefs of the other side, they should prefer their argument. And that's sort of a mush-mouth way of saying, when you're trying to convince an opponent, oftentimes you use their framework of what they think's important and argue why your argument would be better for that. So for example, if I'm arguing with an open borders advocate, someone who I know really cares about the people that are crossing the border, I may make an argument that says something as follows. Well, did you know that there are assault numbers of the people that are trying to cross the border are through the roof? That's because I know that my opponent deeply cares about that. So it'll be interesting to see how Steven tries to make arguments to Nick and his followers, who he's trying to get to come to his side. This is exactly why you shouldn't do this plan. It'll make your goals worse. It'll actually drive the Republican Party in a worse direction. And it'll be interesting to hear Nick make arguments for Steven Crowder and his base and the issues they want, mass deportations, etc., how actually their plan of voting Democrat will make that more likely. So that's the framework for which I will be viewing this. So let's begin here.
It's important, even though if we disagree on some things, it is dangerous out there. I think, would we agree on this, that definitely the left as a whole is violent, and those who have achieved power in our institutions, namely academia, media, big tech, the entertainment industry, we could use, I know that you probably would point out Jewry as well. I say the Marxist left, we'll get into that. But enemies of America that I think we both want, that kind of America, have seized significant power in the institutions in our country. And they are a threat. Will we find common ground on that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And it's no question there is a scourge of left-wing violence. I talked about this on my show, even when Luigi Mangione killed that healthcare CEO. It was Thomas Crooks, Luigi Mangione, and then that seemed to ignite this cycle of violence then against Charlie Kirk, against Donald Trump. Even now they say the wildfires in the Palisades was started by some crazed radical leftist. So
now I think both sides are doing a good job here for the goals that they're trying to accomplish. Nick, one of the downsides of Nick, and something that it's always going to be a struggle for him, is because of some of the antics that him or his crowds have got up to in the past, like with, endorsing Kanye West or, colorful language, we'll say that, there's a lot of people that won't want to take Nick seriously. Now, I think Nick's a very intelligent person, and he has the ability to sort of get down in the mud and sort of be like a crude type comedian that's saying like really shocking, offensive things, but he also could clean it up very well. And so you've seen from time to time when he goes on a show with someone who it isn't like a gotcha type interview, he could really speak in a professional way that comes across as someone that's like, yeah, this is a person who actually is making political points. That's not just like some shock jock, political commentary just for clicks and things like that. So Nick doing a great job here, I think, of sort of illustrating like, just coming with this even tone voice and sort of just explaining what he thinks about the dangers of the left. You can see that both of them are very like cordial to each other, which again is indicative of they probably largely agree on many of the things they'd like to see done for the country. I think that Stephen's doing something very strategic here to start with. Now, it's no surprise that the crux of their disagreement is going to come with Nick's plan to vote Democrat. So Stephen starts off laying a groundwork. Let's get some agreement, but it's actually a concession, if you really think about it, that Steven Crowder's getting. When Crowder is like, can we agree that like the left's the real problem with all these institutions, et cetera, and Nick's like, yeah, of course. That's because Stephen's later going to make this argument. Your plan is very risky. By voting Democrat, you're more power. Now, Nick's obviously going to have an answer to that, but this is Stephen laying the groundwork perceptually for everyone in the audience. Both of us as debaters here agree the left is the real problem when it comes to like violence. What's even more brilliant by this, Stephen, when you think about it, is he started off right before these clips of showing clips of a lefty coming to Nick Fuentes' house and Nick shoving that lefty, and Crowder was like, oh, I agree. Like, you had every right to do that. It was sort of an act of protecting yourself and your home. And then transitions immediately. We could agree that the left's sort of the problem with this. It's actually very good because from the perspective of trying to convince Nick Fuentes or his fans, he's showing that, yeah, I'm actually not someone who is in favor of what these lefties have done to you, and I think they're the real problem. And Nick and his audience will be like, yeah, true, great. Now that allows Stephen to then make the argument later to say, look, the left's the real problem. This is why we shouldn't flirt around with voting Democrat. We should never do that because of the problem that they are.
There's no question that that is going on. And like you say, it's organized and exacerbated by the organized institutional left. So I think we're 100% agreement on that.
Okay, good. Now let's get to the part here where we disagree. And I think it's a political strategy prescription. So to be clear, we did play the clip where you said, I'm a moderate Democrat now. I said, look, I think that's hyperbole. I think he's making the point here. So I don't want to do the whole, he's a leftist or he's a Nazi. Let's start this way. How about I steelman your argument as I understand it, and you can let me know if I have a decent grasp or correct me.
Now, this is always good, right? Anytime that you're able to steelman your opponent's argument and they agree, what it does is, one, it ensures there's a more clarity and you're more likely to get a robust, good faith debate, which is good on its face. But the other thing is, when you're the person, the debater that's capable of doing that, it illustrates to the audience that actually you know what you're talking about and you're able to understand your opponent's arguments and be able to come up with rebuttals to them. Oftentimes when people use the term straw man, right, they might not deeply think about what that means as far as an audience goes. When you have to erect a straw man to take down, and if you're unfamiliar with the term, that means that you're making a reasonable facsimile of your opponent's argument, but intentionally weaker or hyperbolic, etc., and then attacking those weaker hyperbolic portions. So you're not really attacking the thrust of what your opponent's saying, you're attaching some fringe belief that they don't really have and attacking that. What that does to an audience that believes that that's what you've done is it makes them believe that you actually don't have a good counter to the arguments your opponent's making. So I always recommend, if you could correctly articulate your opponent's argument to the point where they agree and then start your attack of their argument from there, not only does it make the debate better, but it really shows in the eyes of the audience that you know what you're talking about and you have credible rebuttals that you're making to those arguments.
Okay, sure. Okay.
So my view is you're issuing a political strategy, right? You are not a leftist, you are not a Democrat, but okay. Republicans have taken your vote for granted. They have not been held accountable. They haven't delivered on any of the promises that they've made. Americans are feeling this right now, particularly young Americans in this economy. They feel as though they're not represented and they're being sold out to big corporate interests, including, by the way, a foreign nation like Israel, placing that above the interests of American citizens. And so we need to speak the only language they understand, which is defeat, make it sting in the midterms, vote Democrat in 2026 so that it will pave the way or allow for a candidate who more effectively represents America first or a true version of their constituency.
Yeah, that's a pretty good summary, yes.
Okay.
Now, see, I think that shows you that not only has Stephen thought about this position, kudos to Nick too, because a lot of times what people want to do is they quibble. They'll try to find some nuance when, I think that everyone, whether you're a Crowder fan, whether you're a Nick Fuentes fan, or anyone who's just watching this, would agree based on this interaction that, that's basically Nick's argument distilled down to its core. Now we can proceed from there. A lot of times what'll happen is if you honestly steelman your opponent's argument, if they want to be difficult and sort of derail the debate, they'll be like, no, that's not it. And then they'll repeat it in a way that's basically saying exactly what you just said or with some minute difference that sort of doesn't matter. So again, props to both of the participants here. I think they're really laying the groundwork for a good discussion where there's an actual discussion about what both of them really believe instead of what you see so many times in these online interactions, which is a meta discussion about just trying to get to the heart of the debate. To me, this shows that both of these debaters are confident in their position and they don't feel the need to play some sort of obfuscation so that we don't get to the heart of their issues.
Is there anything that you think have gotten wrong or would correct?
I would add another layer to it because to me it is a two-parter. It's for 2026, but it also is there's a very significant part of it that's looking ahead to 2028 as well. But that's a big part of it. That's, let's say, half of it.
Okay, good. Now do mine.
Well, I think that, you voted for Trump in 2024. I think you'll be voting Republican in 26 and 28. And I think you would probably say that the left is always going to be worse. The Democrats are always going to be worse. And so voting for something worse is always going to be bad. If we want Republicans to be better, we should maybe focus on primaries and what's more, Republicans are holding back something far worse, which is always going to come from the Democrats. Things like open borders, not only no mass deportations, but also no borders, not only war with Iran, but maybe war with Russia, continuing the war in Ukraine. Basically, it only exacerbates our problems, doesn't actually solve them, would be something like I think your position is.
My guess is Crowder will say yes, that's largely the position. Now, my guess is, full disclosure, that Stephen Crowder and my position are very closely aligned in this. So I want to be upfront. We all have biases. I try to limit mine as much as possible. Now, if I was in Stephen's position and Stephen's position would be the same as mine, I don't know that it quite is. I would say not only is what Nick said, the addendum that I would add to it is I actually think the plan that Nick is offering makes it less likely that we get the candidates that he would like to see, because I feel that it would make it more likely the Republican Party, instead of transitioning to sort of, maybe a Thomas Massie type figure as a presidential candidate, would actually transition more to like a Paul Ryan or Mitt Romney type figure, going back to the direction the Republican Party was before Trump came into office. So I actually think not only is there all the risk of voting a Democrat that Nick outlined would theoretically be Crowder's position, but it actually makes it less likely that his goal is achieved anyways. I don't know if Crowder will say that, but my guess is, I think in all honesty, that this was a very good argument from Nick, or a good steelman. So I would expect Crowder will say, yeah, that's basically it. Maybe with that addendum that I just made.
I think that's actually relatively fair. I would probably add some layers too. It's multi-pronged. I'm certainly not, I've had plenty of instances where I've not voted Republican, but I have said I am precluded from voting Democrat. So that's a non-starter for me. But I have left it blank when I've had Republicans on the ticket in elections, and I can't, because as a crisis of conscience, I can't violate it and vote for this person. I've even voted third party in local elections because, it's different from national. I think we also both operate. That's one thing I appreciate about you. You're not just the system, man, third party, let's vote Gary Johnson. That under universal suffrage. It's a two-party system, and you have to work within that to affect change, right?
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think, again, good on Crowder. Crowder basically gives Nick a defensive argument. So an offensive argument is an argument that you're making that advances your position. So it either shows why your position is good or why your opponent's position is bad. A defensive argument is merely arguing, no, it's my position isn't as bad as what you're saying, or your position isn't as good as what you're saying. So a simple way to look at this would be like this. If your plan is we should have universal health care because everyone deserves health care, me making a defensive argument against that would be, yeah, but that still won't give everyone health care. That's not an offensive reason to reject your plan. It's just saying your plan wouldn't be able to do everything that you're claiming. An offensive reason would be it's going to cost way too much money and bankrupt us. That's an offensive reason. So that's the difference between an offensive argument and a defensive argument. For me, in order to advance your position more in debates, you need to focus on offensive arguments while then playing defense as a secondary. So many times people make the mistake of advancing the defense first. In this discussion right here, one of the arguments hypothetically against Nick Fuentes' strategy would be, well, instead of voting Democrat, why don't you vote third party? It can be a persuasive argument. It's not really that impactful, but it is an argument. And one of Nick's defenses to that will be, because, man, it's a two-party system. There's no real chance at this point for a third party. So if you want to enact real change, you have to vote for one of these two major parties. And Crowder just signals, yeah, I sort of agree with that. I voted third party because of my conscience, and my conscience tells me I could never vote for the Democrats, but I understand why the notion of vote third party, really not effective in our current system. So again, Crowder showing that he understands sort of this position and sort of the arguments that would likely occur within a debate like this.
And I appreciate you being more genuine about that, because a lot of people online just throw their hat and they'll keep you with each other. And, so I don't want to do that silly crap today. Okay, so flesh out the plan. I disagree. Vote Democrat in 2026. Why? And then walk me through the plan.
So, in 2024, I didn't vote Republican. I recused myself. I just told people not to vote. Everybody thinks I voted for Kamala, but I didn't. I just told people to withhold their vote. But in 2026, what really did it for me was the war in Iran. I think that, for me, that was the red line. We were promised no new wars. We got a war in Iran. And I really believe that if you vote for Republicans after that, it's almost like you'll tolerate anything, because that's such an explicit betrayal and on a very serious matter. And then what's more, to maybe get into the positive reason for voting Democrat as opposed to withholding your vote or not voting.
So Nick first explains his reasoning why he could no longer support Republicans or Trump because the war in Iran. Fair enough. So obviously there's fruitful ground for digging in deep as to why that is with this particular war, etc. He gives the general overview. We were promised no new wars. Okay. Fair enough. That's his position. Now he's saying, but let me give you some of the offensive reasons. In other words, it's one thing to just say, I'm upset. Nick's offering something more, though. Nick's saying, look, I'm upset and you should be too. And here is a path forward for how to correct this. Because you've already heard Nick say, and again, thanks to Stephen outlining this earlier, you heard Nick say, yeah, the left is the bigger problem. Okay, great. So one might ask yourself, okay, you're mad you don't support Republicans anymore because of this war, but how does that make the situation better other than you just saying, you know what, I've given up hope? And so Nick's like, no, it's not that. I actually have a plan. And that's what Crowder's getting to when he says, okay, give us the plan, how this will work. So Nick outlines the reason that he's upset, and now he's going to get to the position, hopefully, where he tells us exactly how his plan of voting Democrat will work.
Republican is I think that when you look at the House of Representatives in particular, and I say this on my show, they exercise oversight powers under the Constitution. And so they can depose, they can compel the release of documents, they can subpoena, form subcommittees. And I really believe that they, set against the Republicans, will actually work to slow down the administration. And it's not just that the administration is not doing things, they're doing things that are bad. they did try to bury the Epstein files. And if it wasn't for the Democrats and a handful of Republicans, they would have never seen the light of day. And then you have the War Powers Resolution in the Senate, which got shut down basically along party lines, with one exception, which was John Fetterman. And so, and then you have a group of Democrats, this is just last week, they put out a letter to the White House asking to disclose Israel's nuclear program. So I would like to see actually Democrats.
Can you repeat that last part?
Okay, so first off, appreciate that both of them are leaving talking unfettered, which is nice. It makes it for a smoother debate. I'm someone, when I debate, I'm very wordy. It's something I should work on, some brevity. So I've been known to talk in like a 1 to 2 minute chunk from time to time. What ends up happening is, in a lot of debates, you don't realize you're talking for like a minute to 2 minutes unfettered, and then when your opponent starts to do it, it can be frustrating because you're like, this is a lot of time. To me, the best debates are when both sides are respectful and allowing each other to talk, and there's not a lot of interruption going on. So far, so good on that front. Nick, goes in, outlines his plan here a little. Now, let me say what I think is positive about this. Nick is articulating specifically why. He has specificity. What he is suggesting is that we vote Democrats in the midterms for the House of Representatives. That's sort of the point that he's making here. Now, I know that Fuentes is arguing outside the scope of just that. For example, he wants Vivek to lose for governor in Ohio, which is outside the scope of just, the sort of legislative responsibilities of the House of Representatives, which he's articulating here. But fair enough. Specificity is good. So he says, here's the specific reason that we need to vote for Democrats in the midterms, because it will allow them to obstruct or stop or rein in or have supervisory power over the decisions of the executive, the Trump administration. And it's not that Trump's not doing things. That would be bad, but so imagine that you're at a line, you're at 0, right? And he's like, it's not like we wanted Trump to give us a 10 and he's giving us a 2. It's that we wanted Trump to give us a 10 and he's giving us a -6. And so Trump is advancing things in the wrong direction. And so what we want is a Congress that is from the opposite party, because it'll grind things to a halt. It could force the release of documents, such as about Israel's nuclear program, such as about the Epstein files. So that's Nick's specific argument. Now, you may agree or disagree with it, but I think that you have to say Nick is outlining a specific reason. It's not just, as many would paint the picture of, vote Democrat just because I'm mad. He's saying, no, here is the specific reason in these specific races to vote Democrat for Congress, because we want them to be able to obstruct the bad actions of the Trump administration.
Just for people who maybe missed it, there was a lot of rapid fire, disclosing the nuclear program.
Yeah, there was a group of 20 House Democrats. They signed a letter to the White House basically asking the White House to acknowledge that Israel has a nuclear arsenal, because they believe, and I think it's correct, that the lack of disclosure about that creates a risk of miscalculation or escalation. We don't know where Israel's red line is when they would use a nuke. So these are just like a few examples where I think that it's actually a good thing for Democrats to have a divided government with Republicans and slow down and challenge some of the things that are going on, because I think they're not good. And then, if you will, do you want to stop there and then get on to the other part, or do you want me to finish the whole thing?
Well, no, I think so. So let's take all of that, let's take it in totality. First off, I still don't think it's anywhere comparable to the actual progress, the wins that have been made under the Trump administration. Like, I wouldn't say and also I don't think that these are things that you couldn't force Republicans to do. For example, it's a pretty popular position, at least in my experience with Republicans on this show, to remove this ambiguity, this unofficial ambiguity as far as Israeli nukes. I also agree with that.
I don't know how much how beneficial this would be to disclose Israel's nuclear program, but sure, why not? I don't have a problem with that. Everybody knows Israel has nuclear weapons. So sure, if it was part of the official policy to release them. Now, it's interesting because Crowder's about to make an argument for his side. Now, you remember how I told you that Nick did a good job of articulating the reason that we want a Democrat Congress to basically grind to a halt the Trump administration is because, not because Trump is doing some good but not near enough, but because Trump on net is doing bad. That's Nick's argument. So the first argument that Crowder is setting up here already, which you could tell, is actually no. Trump is doing good. It is net good, right? So if it's net good, we don't want Democrats to obstruct it. If Trump's doing more good than bad, why would we want Democrats who we both agree are the real problem to come in and stop that good? And Nick's argument's going to be, no, Trump isn't doing good. Trump's doing bad. And even if the Democrats are worse, they won't be able to enact their agenda because they don't have the presidency. So it'll just cause them to fight and stop either side from doing bad things. That's going to be the thrust of this portion of the debate. So we'll see who's able to make their case better.
I don't think that it outweighs the mammoth wins, but let's assume that, okay, it's a wash for the sake of this. What I really want to know is, okay, so you vote Democrat. I think you and I would both acknowledge, because you've said that voting Democrat is a way to punish Republicans. You're not going to get the change in the system with the Democrat Party. Do I have that right? This is about fundamentally changing the Republican Party through accountability.
Absolutely. Yes,
Okay.
totally.
Okay, good.
So again, good. Stephen's laying the groundwork. He's laying sort of a framework for the debate. And this is something that it seems benign, doesn't it? So take what Crowder just said there. We're getting an admission, right, from Nick Fuentes that, like, look, you're not suggesting that Democrats will come into power and do good. Like, that's not the plan here. The plan is to punish the Republicans and force them to do good. And Nick's like, yes. And then take that earlier where I explained how at the beginning of the debate, Crowder comes in from, look, here's this video of this lefty, like, coming to your home and stuff, and that sucked, and they're sort of laughing about it. And Crowder's like, don't you agree that the left's the real problem in these institutions with violence and stuff like that? Yes, says Nick. It's very shrewd. This happens a lot in debates. You lay a framework for an argument that you think is going to be crucial early in the debate, and it seems benign. For me, the way I think of a debate is this. I always think of, one, why am I debating? What's the purpose? And then immediately after that, once I acknowledge in my head what the purpose is, I say, what are the arguments that I think are the most important that I want to impart to the audience at the end of this? Now, there could be a lot of arguments if you're going to have a 4-hour debate. If you're only having a 20-minute debate, it might be one argument that you're trying to make, one point that you're trying to make to your audience. Normally in a discussion like this, I'd probably have 2 or 3 points that I want to get across with clarity. I don't want any ambiguity. I want, at the end of the day, the audience to walk away, even if they didn't agree with me, and say, here were the key points that Rob was making. Then, once you have that, you work backwards. You say, okay, if these are the key points I want to make in my closing statement and my last impression to the audience, during my discussion, during the general portion of the discussion or debate, what's that going to look like? What will my opponent say? What will I say? How will I rebut what my opponent's saying in order to get to what I want to at the end? And then I say, then what will my opening statement be to get me there? So I work backwards through the debate is how I do it. And that helps keep an idea of the central points. I think Crowder, regardless if he thinks of it in that way, it's actually what he's doing. Crowder's setting up the argument, Democrats worse, Democrats worse, Democrats worse, right? And so there, Nick has to, and by the way, it's not like, that Nick fell into a trap. It's not that. It's that this takes out any ambiguity of, well, if later can we say, even if we don't get a Republican, America First type candidate, it was worth it. Because it's like, no, they were worse. That's the argument that Crowder is going to try to outline here. So it sounds very benign. You would agree that, like, the Democrats were, sure, yeah. But it's actually very crucial to outlining the framework for the argument that Crowder's going to go. If you had to distill down Stephen Crowder's argument in this debate, my guess is that his central point is going to be this. Giving Democrats power is worse. They will utilize that power in negative ways to make things much more miserable. And ultimately, Trump, though flawed, is doing a lot of good that would be stopped and actually inverted. Nick's argument, as you heard through the Steelman portion, is going to be no. In effect, Trump's doing bad. That's the first disagreement. And second, by giving Democrats power in the House, it doesn't cause them to have perpetual power. It will cause Republicans to adjust to a more palpable platform and then have them win. So that's where the debate's going to be. But I think Crowder is doing a very good job here of illustrating how you could set the framework for an important argument, and it seems very benign. You could set it early in the debate, though.
Just because I don't want people to misconstrue what you just said, like, so see, Democrats are actually good. Like, they have some bullshit that they throw in every now and then. What do you do after that? So in other words, you're saying this will lead us to a consistent or more representative victory, 2028. What's the roster? Where are the funds? What's the ground game, right? Because it's a big risk, handing the country over to the left. We know what they want to do.
See? Now you can start to see the concessions Crowder has bear fruit. Giving power to the left's a huge risk. We know what they want to do. You've already admitted it, Nick. Right? So now he gets to the thrust. Okay, fine. We see the bare bones of your plans, but now get into the specifics. How does this lead to an America First candidate that you and your audience would find acceptable in 2028? What does that look like? Who is that person's name, hypothetically? How will they raise money? What is their ground game? Now, I have not seen this interaction. Just full disclosure, this is the exact argument I've been making with people as well. What are the specifics of, because if it is incredibly risky that the left is really bad, you're asking us to take a big risk to vote for Democrats. So let's see that risk is worth it by you giving us some specificity of how this plan will work out. So let's see what Nick says.
Well, and see, this is where it gets interesting, and this is where we might disagree on some things. So the way that I see it, 2028 is really what it's all about. I really believe that this administration is just cooked. Like, I don't think there's going to be a course correction. I have no faith in this administration. I think Trump is old. The people around him are very bad. And so I think the real question is, and this is a huge question, who will be Trump's successor? Because that person is going to define the direction of the party. And I really believe there should be a very competitive primary for the presidential race in 28. And what they're trying to do is consolidate support around either Vance or Rubio. As I'm sure you know, behind the scenes, there's a very big fight going on between donors and between party personnel. Are they going to get behind Rubio, which he seems to have the backing of the neocons and Mark Levin and AIPAC and Miriam Adelson? Or are they going to get behind Vance, who has the support of Little Tech, Palantir, Tucker, you know, and he's going to clearly run in the more America First lane. At least nominally, he's going to claim that. And I think that we should not have consolidation where it's 80% behind one candidate. I think it should be wide open. I also don't like either Rubio or Vance because I think you get a neocon or a Palantir guy. And so to me, the only way to have an open field is if everyone associated with the administration is sufficiently weakened. So I'm actually rooting for Democrats to degrade and sabotage this administration and the people in it so that they're less politically viable. And maybe that clears the way for a dark horse or an outsider, someone from outside the MAGA, Mar-a-Lago, Trump administration to maybe clinch the nomination in 28. And to me, that's...
Okay, so... First off, let's say what Nick's doing here that's good. Remember, I told you I think that Nick's goal here, and obviously I'm just making educated guesses. I have not talked to Nick Fuentes or Steven Crowder, and so I'm just making an educated guess as what I think their goals are. So at the beginning when I said, you know, both of them are trying to convince the other and their audience to come to their side, many people that know Nick Fuentes have probably heard him talk in much harsher terms about the Trump administration, in particular connections with Israel. Notice how Nick's not doing that here. He's not being hyperbolic about, Israel controlling everything. He's making a pretty sober case here for his displeasure for the Trump administration. And he's just like, look, I think he's old. I think the people around him are bad. I don't think it's going to change direction. That's different than maybe what you would think of. And some of it may be unfair of what the average person might think Nick Fuentes or his supporters' position would be. What would be like, oh, it's just inundated with, Jewish control and this, that, and the other. So far, that's not really been the thrust of Nick's argument here. He said quite clearly he really dislikes the Iran war. He hasn't got into the reasons for it, but fair enough. So If Nick's goal is trying to reach people that maybe find that sort of like constant focus on Israel to be extreme and not productive, I think he's been all right so far in trying to make the case without that. So again, if that's Nick's goal so far, I think his performance here has been on track with that. I do. Now, the specifics here, though, there's a problem, and this is my opinion, and we'll see if Crowder capitalizes on this, that really didn't give the specificity that Crowder was asking in the question. Crowder asked specifically, where will the funding come from? Where will the ground game? Who will this person be? And Nick says, look, I don't like Vance or Rubio. And I think without a radical shakeup, the nominee will be Vance or Rubio. And so I want it to be more of an open primary. So I think both Vance and Rubio basically need to be taken down a peg. If Democrats come in 2026 and obstruct anything that Trump's trying to do, that would make Vance and Rubio look worse. Therefore, good. But there's a couple problems with that. One, okay, but then who is the potential person that comes in? It sounds like Nick's saying, like, look, we're doomed, and so we're throwing a Hail Mary pass. But that's a difficult argument to win, particularly if you're trying to get more Republicans on board with it. If Nick has a specific, for example, let's say Nick could say this, look, we've looked into it, we think Thomas Massie could have a lot of success. So here's what it looks like. There's a lot of donors that would be willing to back someone like Massie if the Trump administration is seen as a failure, and him sort of tapping on the shoulder as the heir apparent Vance or Rubio wouldn't have much effect. This gives a lane for Massie to come in. You know, there's going to be donors. We already see that there's a ground game with, you know, other sort of candidates like this, like whether it be Massie or Rand Paul or Joe Kent or someone like that. And we think that you could consolidate. These people would actually be able to go into some of these sort of areas that we see on the right and actually be able to get some sort of authority. The problem is I don't think that's true. So it's hard for Nick to say that. And instead, if you could make a compelling argument like that, what that does is that means with a more credible solution, you don't have to win that the harms are quite as bad. Now, what I mean by that is, in order for someone like me, or maybe like you watching, if you're a conservative or Republican, in order to embrace Nick's plan here, if everyone's acknowledging the Democrats and the lefties are worse, which at least in this debate, both participants are acknowledging that, then to suggest giving them even partial power, you would need one of two things. You would need one, because things are really bad right now, and two, because this will lead to has a really good chance of solving that problem. So if you have a very good plan that outlines this is how it will work, and we have a really good shot of this solving the problem, then even people that say, well, I don't agree with you that things are as bad as you say right now, but hey, if we have a really good shot to make things even better, great. But the problem is that's not what's going. It's thus far, and we'll see if Nick goes further, just sounded like, well, there'll be a person, we'll open it up, and maybe someone will come. But that doesn't give you a lot of confidence that the plan will work, that there's a lot of specificity. It's just sort of, well, things are so dire right now that we have to try something. But in order to win that, you have to win that things are so dire right now. Now, yes, a lot of Nick Fuentes fans are going to say they are on war. It's the worst thing ever. But a lot of people that are traditional Republicans or, you know, that formerly voted for Trump, many of them are going to be like, I don't know, maybe I like the Iran war, or maybe I don't like it, but there's a lot of other victories that have occurred through this administration. So it's not that Nick can't win the argument. It just, without the specificity of why you're, what I would call in academic debate, we called it solvency. Without the specificity of your solvency, you're sort of relying on more of a Hail Mary type strategy. Yeah, we don't have the details, but things are impossible right now, and so we need a radical shakeup. But the problem is the radical shakeup has a significant chance of making things worse. So unless you have good evidence that the radical shakeup has a specific path to make things better, it's probably going to have a difficult time convincing people. Because remember, Nick's going to need to convince primarily people that did vote for Trump, that they should not vote for Republicans this time.
That's really the big picture.
Okay, so here's my primary problem, what you just said. And it's that keyword maybe. So my first question is the roster. You say, yeah, competitive primary. I agree. I hear who you don't want. The roster, the funds, the ground game. Maybe, right? Because you've tried this before. It's failed. The losses are real with the Democrats that we faced. I would argue, I think it'd be tough to argue against, worst 3 years in modern American history. The wins, the potential wins that you're describing are imaginary with no concrete. And I know that you talked about this with Dan Bilzerian, so I'm not trying to sandbag you here, but if I'm going, okay, there's a risk. It's a political play. Well, I won't be able to take part, along with many conservatives, Republicans, because I cannot vote Democrat. Doesn't mean I'll vote for Republicans all across the board. Can't vote Democrat. But the roster, the funds, the ground game, the things that you need to win elections in 2028 through the major risk of handing the country over to Democrats when we know that that means open borders, packing the courts, turning them into citizens, right? DEI back in the administration, H-1B skyrocketing again, all of that. Huge risk, concretes, so we see the payoff.
And so Crowder makes the argument here. Look, we've already agreed how bad the Democrats are. They're terrible. We've seen real losses to them and what that looks like. And in fact, I think it was the worst 3 years in modern American history. So in effect, what he's saying is to ask me to, the people that just gave us the worst 3 years, to ask me to put them back in power, I'm going to need some concrete, here's some specifics of how this plan will work. And again, he goes back to this idea of what's the ground game? Who's the person? Give me some names. Where's the money coming from? I don't know if Crowder will say this, but I actually like the way Nick articulated his problems with J.D. Vance and Rubio. I think a lot of people that aren't as sophisticated as Nick might just say, they're both Trump stooges. But Nick actually has a specific reason why he doesn't like either. He doesn't like J.D. Vance because his connection to Palantir and the tech bros. He doesn't he'll wear basically a skin suit of America First, but he really won't be America First. And he doesn't like Rubio because Rubio's a neocon, more of the old guard Republicans. So he has a specific reason he doesn't like either of them. But then think this through. Okay, where are the donors coming from that are neither from the tech type industry or from the old guard Republicans? Where are the donors? I don't know. I've asked this myself. Now, again, we'll see. Perhaps Nick will come up with it. But that's sort of the nature of the question that Crowder's asking. Okay, let's say we accept everything you're saying. How does this person come up? Who is that person? Who could it theoretically be? Where's this person? You're going to need tons of money, near $1 billion, probably through the end of a 2028 presidential run. And even in the primary alone, you're going to need hundreds upon hundreds of millions of dollars. Hundreds of millions. Not to mention a ground game. You need people that are working the ground. This is how politics works in real life. I'm as guilty as anyone. I've been burn it down in portions of my life. That's true. I have. I think Trump was a reaction to a lot of people with that belief. The difference was Trump solved a lot of these problems on his own. Trump's a billionaire. Trump already had huge name recognition, so you don't really need as much money. Trump was able to have a huge ground structure because for the first time, the bar was so low because so many people in this country felt that no one in a position of political power represented them, that they came out. I don't know where that comes from with a new person. I just don't know. Especially when a lot of those people, there's only a finite amount of people that felt disenfranchised. Yes, many of them may now be furious with Trump. That could be true, right? But you're not going to have the exact same amount or even near the same amount that came out for Trump because so many of them are still going to be on Trump train and endorse the person or go with the person that Trump endorses. So it's, again, if you look at what Crowder's doing here, he's saying, we've already got a concession that Democrats are the worst. They're going to be really bad. So when you're telling me give them even some amount of power, I need specifics how that's going to work. What are they?
And this is where you might disagree because I think that's maybe the best argument against it. And you're 100% right. It is an extremely risky play, and I don't underestimate that risk at all, and I don't want to understate it. But here's my reframe. Here's kind of my game theory reframe of it is I really believe that this country has serious problems with the debt, with the border. They want a $1.5 trillion budget for the military alone. The Republicans do. We got this war in the Middle East. I really believe that without a radical intervention, like a radically different approach, whether we get a Democrat or lesser of two evils Republican, like a continuity with what we have under Trump, I think that's a no-win proposition. Like if it's Gavin Newsom, J.D. Vance, or Marco Rubio, if those are our options, and let's say everybody else in the Democratic field, I don't see any of those candidates solving it, fixing it. To me, it's really just a question of how fast or how slow it's all going to come crumbling down.
Now, I actually think this is the first part of the debate that really it's a weakness on Nick's point here, because actually Nick's contradicted an argument that he made previously here. Previously, when they started to outline this, Nick said it's all about 2028. When Crowder steel-manned his position, he said, I would only add like sort of the portion that it's about 2028. Now he's saying, well, it really doesn't matter anyways, because if it's a Republican or a Democrat in 2028. So hear me out. There's two different ways you could look at this. Plan one could be everything on the line for 2028. We must keep Democrats out of office in 2028. And the best way to do that is to give them power in 2026, which will cause Republicans to field a better candidate in 2028 that will actually have the interest of the American people at heart, so we could then start to go much better than Trump and stop these Democrats from winning 2028. That's argument one. Argument two, which it now seems that Nick's making, is, yes, the Democrats are worse, which, again, notice how Crowder already got that admission. He already got that admission. Now you could see why that was so important, because Nick's like, well, actually, Democrats really wouldn't be any different than Republicans if they win in 2028. It's all the same if it's J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio. Might as well have Gavin Newsom at that point. It's just a matter of time frame at that point. Now, Crowder already perceptually got all the arguments out there. Remember, it was very benign. It was like, but the Democrats are worse, right? Oh, yes, they're more violent. Now, Nick's making an argument that's going to be a way tougher sell to people that are maybe more akin to supporting Crowder's side on this, or Trump, etc., which is, Trump is so bad, J.D. Vance is so bad, Marco Rubio is so bad, that we might as well just have another Biden presidency and open the borders to 10 million people. And that's the argument that Nick's making here. And he's like, look, unless we solve debt, now that's sort of a different argument, but okay. And unless we solve these key structural problems, none of it matters. So in other words, Trump wasn't solving the debt or solving these structural problems even before the war in Iran. So hypothetically, given that if that's now the key problems that Nick's talking about, then a Kamala Harris or a Biden presidency, same as the Trump presidency. But there's key differences that you could see, like, not the least of which is 10 million people illegals allowed in. So to me, it seems like there's somewhat of a changing of sort of the position that Nick has here. It's not that he changed the position. It's that you can see as he highlights it more, it's not as simple as, oh, the plan is just to, do what we can just in 2026 to vote Democrat, but then clearly in 2028, we're really going to push for a Republican, whoever that is. He's basically saying, no, we'll keep the plan going if it's the candidates we don't like, Vance, Rubio, and I don't think a Democrat president would be any worse than them. And I think that's going to be a tough sell to a lot of people. Now, is Nick's audience going to buy that? Sure, they'll buy that. But I don't know that Crowder's audience, and if Nick's goal here is to get more people on his side, because I think even Nick and his supporters would agree, they need a big coalition for this to work. They're going to need more people on board. And so if part of the selling of that is, trust me, bro, a Democratic president wouldn't be any worse than a Republican president, that's going to be a tough sell.
So that's the only reason why I say if we degrade the two people in this administration, it's sort of like we know what we're going to get with them and we know it's not going to be radical enough. At least if we tear them down, it's a huge maybe, but then there's an opening that something radical may appear. And I've got some people in mind. I wouldn't say them, of course, because that game about who's going to run and who's going to throw their hat in the ring and then my endorsement.
Okay, fine. We'll get to the idea of the specific. Now, what I heard there was a lot of maybes. Yeah, it's a huge risk, but maybe. And again, it comes across as how do you convince someone, for example, that might be furious the fact that Trump hasn't deported enough people, but say, hey, at least he secured the border. How do you convince them, vote for the guys that's going to leave another 10 million illegals in and displace you and your family and your way of life and cheer for abortion and attack Christians and Catholics like they did in the past and, DEI and all these things and all of the LGBT and the trans identity and all of these culture war issues. Massively inflate the amount of government employment again and all the bureaucracy. How do you convince that person, well, maybe this will actually help Democrats win and pack the courts and make DC a state and make Puerto Rico a state and basically give them perpetual power forever. But maybe some unknown person will come up. I'm kind of surprised that there's not more specificity than that. And, as far as the idea of I don't want to name names, this could be true. I would imagine Nick has people in mind that maybe he would think, yeah, okay, this could be a good person. I don't know who they would be. Names that I've heard from people that are sort of Fuentes followers are Joe Kent. I don't know. I don't think that he's got the mustard at this point. I mean, anything could happen, but it would have to be someone that I think would bring a lot of enthusiasm and excitement based on who they are already. So like an unknown, it's probably not going to be a good choice. You might say, what about someone like Thomas Massie? Well, maybe, but Nick's already came out here recently and said, yeah, I don't think Massie fought hard enough. So it's like, okay. So I don't know. Now, would it be a good idea for Nick to throw a name out now? Maybe not. For a strategy type, hey, we have a plan. You might want to carefully decide and talk with people before throwing out potential names, which isn't an endorsement necessarily, but it's at least something. So I don't, it would be nice if he's asking me or you or anyone else to adhere to this plan. It'd be nice to hear, give us some specific names of people you think we could rally behind. So it's unfortunate, again, to not get that, and it makes it all the more problematic to just be like, well, maybe, I don't think Nick's doing this. I could be wrong, but one of the things you'll see in debates like this is, let me give you an easy example. I debated in college a lot, the idea of capitalism. People would have philosophical critiques of the concept of capitalism. Okay, fine. And you'd say, well, what system do you endorse? Socialism, communism, mercantilism? What is it? What is it that what economic system? And they would be like, oh, we don't take a stance. Now, what happens is, it means that you can't make a comparative analysis. It's oftentimes a sign of a weak argument. It's easy to criticize anything. Nothing's perfect, right? But as has already been admitted, and again, Crowder outlined this early, and Nick agreed, we have a two-party system. So we are doing comparative analysis. I ultimately am going to have to choose, and all of you are as well, between a Republican or a Democrat. You might say, no, I have an argument for third party. Fair enough, but both have agreed in this debate that that's not likely, and it wouldn't be fruitful. So if I have to choose between one of the two, I'm going to do some comparative analysis. So if you're like, look, trust me, man, Vance is just as bad as Newsom. Rubio's just as bad as Pete Buttigieg, right? Okay, but who are we comparing them to? We don't know. We're not going to give you, we don't have a name right now. And so, I'm not asking for this is definitively the person, but it would be nice if you're asking people to jump on this very risky decision to vote Democrat to sort of have an idea of the type of person we're talking about.
Endorsement might hurt that person if they're characterized as the Groyper
No, I don't think
Caesar
so.
or something.
I don't think so. I mean, and that's a fair concern of Nick's. It could be
that an endorsement of Nick Fuentes could hurt that person. But that's interesting because why, right? It puts Nick in a tight position because if he wants to back people and push this message out, but he's afraid to do so because he thinks that that could actually hurt them. Well, what is it about that America First messaging? Is it just the characters that are involved and the baggage that they've had? If the argument is, well, we've been unfairly smeared, well, yeah, a candidate that's anti-Israel, etc., by their own admission, Nick and them, would be smeared in a very similar way, would be my guess. So I don't know that it really makes sense that it would hurt their chance.
Examples of that right here. I mean, Ken Paxton, who you may or may not like, but like Brandon Herrera, who was on the show, you know, he won his primary. We had him on the show. I knew him through the GunTube community, and he directly went up against AIPAC. They put out a hit on him, figuratively, to be clear to people watching. He fought them, and he's going to win. He's going to win his seat. He then won the primary. So, no, you could have an effect.
Now, interesting, this is a total aside, and it's unfair. This is me bringing in my own bias. But when Crowder says Ken Paxton, and Nick nods his head, remember, this debate was from like a week ago, so I'm doing this review on May 22nd, 2026. Trump just 2 days ago endorsed Ken Paxton. And one of the arguments I have to actually things are trending in the right direction is someone that was like an establishment sort of, figurehead, is someone who was just like, clearly going to win was John Cornyn. Without Trump winning and without Trump sort of by the very nature of challenging the establishment Republican Party, the Overton window would have never switched to the point where we could even have a credible chance that someone like Ken Paxton would be able to win that seat. Now, it's not over, but with Trump's endorsement, it looks likely that Paxton's going to win and he's going to beat Cornyn. Nick, nodding his head there when talking about Paxton being a good guy, seems to at least go in the direction of at least something that Trump's done good.
I actually think it's a requirement, frankly, considering the risk. If we both acknowledge it, the risk is you say something radical could happen. With the answer you're giving me now, something radical will happen. It's the radical that we experienced from 2020 through 2024. So the radical upside, you do got to give a name. You do have to give some finances and a ground game for us to take that risk. Because I don't think, and I'll make the case here, I don't think there's an equivalency. If you look at the actual record, Nick, when Democrats controlled the Senate, it gave us open borders, record inflation, right, at 9.1%, trillions in new spending. They, of course, stopped deportations. They stopped building the wall. They put DEI, they had a Department of Misinformation. Trump 2.0 has put us for the first time in net negative immigration, record deportations, over $1 trillion in cuts. Not to mention doing away with DEI in the administration, some huge Supreme Court wins that actually pave the way going forward. I mean, H-1Bs are a really big thing, I know, because you ran billboards on them. They are not the same. These are actually, I would say, and I think you'd be hard pressed to argue against whether they're enough. They are the single biggest rightward shifts domestically that we have seen in modern American history, and that includes Reagan, Nixon, anyone else. So the risk is what we lived through.
Now, again, Crowder has two basic arguments here, and he's doing a very good job, in my opinion, right? The first argument is how bad the Democrats will be. Actually, it's like three arguments. How bad they'll be, and they're likely to win. If we endorse Democrats, they're likely to win. And Nick's argument of, well, a President Newsom wouldn't be that different, than a President Rubio. He's like, no, the Democrats are really bad. That's one. Like, second, remember when I talked about the harm scale? And it was like, here's 0, right? And Nick saying Trump's negative. So 0 would be doing nothing we liked or disliked. Trump's negative, right? His plan only makes sense if that's the case. If Trump's trending in the right direction and doing positive, it doesn't make sense to burn it all down. So you have to argue Trump's actually taking us in the wrong direction. That's necessary to win that argument in order to convince people that you basically need to vote for the group that they all agree is worse. And so Crowder's outlining, no, Trump might not be perfect. He's not a 10, but he's like a 4. And it's better than any Republican president that we've had. And when we compare it to a Democrat president, it's much better. Right? And then the other argument that Crowder's making is, your plan won't work. Like, you don't have specifics. It's not going to work. So his offense is Democrats are terrible and Trump's been marginally good. And his defense right now is you have no evidence that your plan will work. It's most likely to put Democrats in power.
That's guaranteed to happen unless we have concrete.
Yeah, what I would push back on is I really think that you think you're overstating some of the wins. To me, I would just say it's too little too late. I mean, as far as like open borders, that's my favorite one because Trump ran in 2016 saying, we're going to build a border wall. And why a border wall? Because it cannot be torn down. You build a physical structure. Democrats can't undo that. If it's an executive order, like remain in Mexico or some of those other architecture, they can, and they did. And so it was really Trump's failure to build a border wall. And he enforced it through executive orders, which is why Democrats were able to come in and say, oh, we're just going to undo all of that. And you might say, well, okay, Trump has another crack at it, and the border is secure now. It's like record low crossings. There's no apprehensions at the border. However, it seems that once again, he's given up on the wall. You know, you've got
That's incorrect,
coming
Nick.
up.
That's incorrect.
Now, again, notice now, the framing, if you think of it, the framing is like, okay, is the country trending in the right direction? Now, if you're watching this and you're a Democrat, obviously your answer is going to be different. But again, the nature of this debate is it's two conservatives, right? Two right-wing people. And so once we accept that framework and they've both agreed that the Democrats are worse, that the left is worse, right? Okay, operating within that framework, the question becomes such. Do we want to vote to give those people that are worse power under a small chance that there then is a course correction for the side that we like? And the question becomes, what is the status quo that would justify something like that? Think of it this way. Let's say you're a fan of a football team. And if that football team has been really, really bad for years, say the Cleveland Browns. I'm a Steelers fan, so screw the Browns. But if that team's been really bad for years, and all of a sudden they get a new coach and a new quarterback, and they make the playoffs but lose in the first round, and then you have a choice. Do we fire the coach and get rid of the quarterback and bring in the old guard, the last coach, or people that shared the last coach's ideology and the last quarterback? Or, because we say that might then cause us to lose so we could draft a new quarterback. Or do you say, no, we're trending in the right direction. Let's keep going here. Now, I know sports analogies aren't everyone's cup of tea, but you see the point. Now, Nick went from, well, things are so bad right now with the Iran war, and he obviously would still make that argument. But in this portion of the debate, he's allowing Stephen to sort of control the direction. Because Crowder's like, look, there's all these wins. Nick went from saying Trump is bad, he's an offensive argument. Trump is bad. To now, in response to Crowder's arguments here, he's saying Trump's not good enough. So he's not saying Trump's a -4 right here. He's saying, well, Trump's only a 2, and we need a 10. Now, to be fair, Nick may say, I'm playing defense on the things you're saying Trump did good with. I don't think they're that important. And now here's my offense. That's what Nick needs to do here. Nick needs to take it back. Look, yeah, okay, you're saying all these good things. It's too little, too late. They're not as good as you're suggesting. But Iran outweighs all of this. And it's actually negative. It's even worse than what Democrats would do. That's what Nick needs to do to steer this back into focusing on how bad Trump is. Because right now, Crowder's winning that perceptually, it's like, well, Trump did all this stuff. And Nick's like, yeah, but that stuff's not that good. That's not a winning argument for Nick, because if that's what the audience is left with the impression at the end of the debate, they're going to say, so I'm supposed to blow it all up because I wanted Trump to be better? And so now vote for the people that we all agree are horrible and worse? So let's see if Nick can steer it on track here.
Nick, he has built more of the wall in his first 6 months than all 4 years of Biden. And it's on track to be done in 2027. Let's call it 28. It's
How
just
much
not
wall has
factually
he
correct.
built this year?
This last year, it's been, as I understand it, hundreds of feet, and they're going to be putting up digital security, right? Because there's certain areas and terrain that are a little bit more complicated, but more than Biden in 4 years. And you're saying vote for those people for 4 years. So there is a difference building anything than nothing. And
but in fairness, that's not really responsive to Nick's point. Nick's point's like, yeah, but okay, he built a couple 100 feet. He's saying, look, we were promised this wall. We didn't get the wall, right? You saying, well, we got a little bit of the wall, which is more of the wall than we got under Democrats. It's like, yeah, but that's such a small, marginal thing. I think the better argument that Crowder could make here is like, but Trump can't snap his fingers. Like, for example, Trump's been putting a lot of political capital behind the SAVE Act, something that Nick would probably agree. I would assume Nick's a big fan of voter ID and ensuring that you have to be a citizen to vote. So Nick probably likes the SAVE Act, though I'm assuming, but I think that's probably a fair assumption. Trump's put a ton of political capital to getting the SAVE Act passed. It's not happening. It's not his fault. It's Republicans in the Senate. Now, Nick may say, well, then why would I vote for Republicans in the midterm? Fair enough. That's a different argument. But to lump it on Trump, that it's a failure of Trump, that he's attempting to get these people, because then the obvious question would become, okay, if we get the America First president, how are they going to convince these establishment old guard Republicans in the Senate to all of a sudden go along with their more radical positions? It seems like it's not going to be very effective. And then where do we find ourselves? Let's say hypothetically that it's Thomas Massie and Nick supports him in 2028. And by 2029, we're like, well, Massie promised voter ID and we haven't got it. And Massie promised that we'd stop funding Israel and we haven't got it. And Massie promised that we'd build a wall and we haven't got it. Well, yeah, because the Republicans in Senate aren't really doing anything. They're not enshrining it in the law. Would Nick then be like, okay, burn it down, vote Democrat, Massie's a failure? I don't know. And there is that danger of when you say, look, even if things are trending good, it's not enough, therefore burn it down, start over. One of the problems with that is it's never good enough. And so you're constantly burning down and starting over. And what you find is that's the greatest ally to your enemies. They're like, yes, we agree. The Democrats certainly don't feel that Trump's not doing anything. They're in full-blown panic mode. So, it's really, I don't know. But on this specific point, I think that, perceptually, it's that meta argument, I think, is a win for Nick, where it's like, well, how much has he built this year? Feet. Hundreds of feet. Hundreds of feet. I'm not that impressed. Hundreds of feet of wall, There's hundreds of feet between me and my refrigerator, and I make that quite easily every day. So I don't know that that's really a strong suit for Crowder here.
I agree with you, by the way. Like a good example, H-1Bs. Remember, you ran those billboards, right?
Yeah.
And you and I were on the same page. I don't know if you saw this. I was going hard at Elon Musk on X, on H-1Bs, and President Trump. And by the way, I got into an argument with Vivek in person. I suggested a 3-point plan. One of them was a 6-figure fee. So you put up bill. Have you told your audience about the unfathomable wins on H-1Bs?
Well, I believe they hit the cap for H-1Bs last year, did they not?
% reduction in issuances. And new overseas H-1Bs, meaning people who are not in this country, down 87%.
Now, just to be clear, what he's suggesting here is the total amount of H-1Bs is 26% less. But a lot of those are renewals of people that are already here. So let's say I come from India, I'm on an H-1B for 2 years, I work here for 2 years, then I apply for renewal, right? When it comes to the totality of H-1Bs giving out, renewals or new, it's down 26%. However, it's down 80%, I believe. Let's go back just real quick to get the specific number.
New overseas H-1Bs, meaning people who are not in this country, down 87%.
So when it comes to bringing new people in, it's down 87%. If these figures are correct, that's the argument that Crowder's making. So it's sort of, if you think about it, it's very similar to the deportation versus securing the border numbers. Trump has secured the border. No new people are coming in. Now the question is, are enough of the illegals that are here being kicked out? Nick would say no, obviously. By the way, I agree. Not enough are being kicked out. It's one of the criticisms I have with Trump. But you see the difference. Same with the H-1Bs. We're not bringing many new people in. We wish that more of the people that we brought in under the H-1Bs were removed. It's only 26% of them that are being removed. But when it comes to new people, 87% decline. And so Crowder's making the argument that is really good. That's heading in the right direction. It's not 100% reduction, but 87% is pretty good.
They were up anywhere from 20 to 90% under Biden. The denial rate was like 1%, 2% on a really good day. 87% reduction on new overseas H-1Bs with a $100,000 fee. If you put up billboards and people are upset about that, and you and I are in the same camp, have you told your audience about that win? That's the biggest shift we've ever seen in H-1Bs. It's not even close.
Again, yeah, I just don't think that's really, when you say, well, they're building hundreds of feet of border wall, that's more than Biden. Well, there's a 26% reduction in H-1Bs. They hit the cap, I believe,
87%. And here's
last year.
87%. Here's why. You know why. And Nick, let's both pretend that we're smart enough.
Okay.
The president has broad powers over people coming into this country, right? New H-1Bs. And I see this a lot.
Now, I will say, one criticism that you can make of Crowder here, let's be fully, even if you really dislike Nick Fuentes, I don't think Nick's been condescending at all this entire debate. I think that's a fair statement, right? A little bit of condescending. Nick, let's pretend that we're both smart enough. Just a little bit of condescending. Ultimately, do I think it's a big deal? No, but it's been very cordial thus far. Again, I don't think it's a big deal that Crowder says that, but just a little interesting. Haven't heard any of that from Nick whatsoever.
Gets no credit for executive orders. But then when things get blocked and cut, they also blame Donald Trump and go, why didn't he get these cuts? Well, that's because of 100% of Democrats. And yes, some feckless Republicans. We should know them by name, the Thunes, the Murkowskis, the Collins of the world who should be voted out. But he has broad powers on who's coming in the country. He can slap 100,000 on that, and he did, 87% reduction. To deal with the bulk of H-1Bs, people who are extending them, that would require an act of Congress. So the most potent tool that he has as president, he enacted an 87% reduction in new people coming over.
Now, he's sort of making the argument that I said earlier, which is, it's interesting. Both sides, actually, I think there's ground for offense for both sides here on this argument, which is Trump gets blamed for lack of action of Congress. That's something bad. So, for example, Nick was like, sure, Trump's executive orders have been effective at securing the border, but they're just executive orders. And when a Democrat gets in, they'll just reverse them. Whereas something like a wall would be very hard to reverse. It would stay up there, right? So it would be preferable. And so it's a failure on Trump's part. But is it a failure on Trump's part, or is it a failure on Congress's part? And might you say, well, Trump could have utilized his political capital more. If he don't got the skills to convince these people to get on board, then the buck stops with him. Those are arguments. But I think there's a second argument, which I haven't heard Nick make yet, and I think it's a fair argument, which is, okay, well, we're not voting for Trump or against Trump in 2026. We're voting for Republicans in the Senate, in the House. If your argument is they suck, they're not doing anything, why should I vote for them? Now, I have a response to that, but nonetheless, I think it's a compelling argument that Nick could be making. So Crowder's right to be like, look, you're putting at the feet of Trump a bunch of stuff. He is utilizing the tools legally available to him to incredible success when it comes to lowering H-1Bs, when it comes to securing the border. You want more, so do I, but that would require acts of Congress. And if we vote for Democrats, then not only will Congress not do those things you want, they'll do the reverse. They'll fund more H-1Bs. So I think both sides could sort of, it's not important, crucial to the debate as it's set up right now, but I think it's an interesting sort of area of but if we're talking specifically about voting for Congress, what does that mean when we look at what we think are failures of the Republican Congress that we currently see?
People should know that if they're going to say both sides are the same.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm just not sure, but I believe he hit the cap for H-1Bs last year. It was 127,000
You're always going to hit the cap when you're talking about people extending H-1Bs. What we're talking about is new people, new Pajeets coming in, right?
Yeah.
$100,000. And this is important. It also, by the way, this is your job, my job as commentators.
Again, so there's a fundamental, they're looking at the data in two different ways. Nick's saying there's a cap, and Trump hit it. when it came to the issuance of H-1Bs. Now, I don't know. By the way, I don't know if Crowder's data he's citing is correct or not. But no one's really challenging the veracity of the data that's being suggested here. Crowder's like, of course, you hit the cap, but that's what the people that are already here. They didn't raise the cap, right? And when it came to new people coming in, that's been lowered by 86%. Nick's like, look, I don't know all about all that. I just saw the cap. I don't know, by the way, which side is objectively correct here. Could it be that there's some trick on, like, the cap was artificially raised under Joe Biden, and now it's come back down to the normal levels, and so Trump did hit the cap, but that's an 87% reduction in overseas people, something like that? I don't know. Maybe one of them is just incorrect about the data they're citing. I don't know. But what they're doing is looking at Crowder is making a more comparative analysis and saying, let's look at where it was compared to last year and taking into account what Nick's argument is, which is this cap, and saying, yes, but my data that shows the decrease in bringing in these new people assumes that cap and speaks beyond it. So Crowder's trying to make a comparative analysis between their two ways of looking at the data, and thus far, Nick has it. Now, Nick may, but that's where they're at.
It shifts that Overton window where it's like, hey, we were told that they were bringing in, the Haji Elon Musk or the next Brown Nikolai Tesla. Well, $100,000 fee would mean nothing. Instead, people now know these were people coming in to undercut Americans as cheap labor. So that number matters a lot. If Congress would act, you're not going to have it, especially not with more Democrats.
I would go further, though, and I would say, so you're still hitting the cap. And I would go further and say, what about all this talk about seasonal farm visas? What about this mass deportations? We're going to exempt agricultural workers. We're going to exempt farm workers, hospitality, luncheonettes. We're not going to deport anybody other than the criminal illegals. This is what I mean. It's like, because, I think maybe where we're getting stuck is it's not as if things are not improving. Like, you're 100% right.
Again, perceptually, that's bad for Nick. To admit, yes, things are improving. Again, I don't think I'm being hyperbolic when I say, when Nick's admitting, I'm voting for Democrats who, at least perceptually, he said are worse, right? This is a sort of burn it all down strategy. Even Nick's admitted it has to be a radical departure. This is radical, right? It's way out there. And he's admitted it's a big risk. Yes, absolutely. He even said, that's the strongest argument against my claim. It is, I admit, it's a huge risk. That risk only makes sense in a world where things are getting worse. They're looking at a bunch of metrics right now. They're like, all of these immigration metrics. And they're like, under Biden, under the Democrats, it was way worse. It was way worse. And Crowder's like, I think Trump's doing an amazing job. And Nick's like, I think Trump's barely doing an okay job. Barely. Sure, things are getting somewhat better, but it's not hugely better. Why would we take a radical departure then? Why would we intentionally vote for the people that we know are going to do everything in their power to make everything worse? Everything that they're talking about. Now, again, what Nick needs to do is Nick's playing defense right now. And this is what I'm talking about, the importance of offense and defense. Steven's like, let me explain to you why Trump good. Here's a bunch of things. And Nick's argument are, those things aren't that good. Remember what I talked about earlier? If someone's plan is, we want universal health care to give everyone health care, and I said, yeah, but it wouldn't give everyone health care, that's a defensive argument. Nick here has spent the last several minutes making defensive, yeah, okay, things are trending in the right direction, but not enough. That's not offense, though. Nick's offense is going to be things like the Epstein files, the Iran war. And so he really needs to turn the focus there. He's letting Stephen control the direction of where this meta discussion's going on, whether or not, how bad the harms are right now. That would theoretically. So there is the harm, how bad things are now. Nick's saying the harms justify the radical plan. So the two areas of debate here are, what the harms are now, and then whether or not the plan would be good or bad, would cause good or bad things. So you're operating in two different worlds. If there are no harms, if everything's great right now, no need for the radical plan, right? If the plan sucks or makes things worse, no need for the radical plan. So you're arguing in those two different frameworks. And so when it comes to this idea of the harms, of how bad the status quo is now, when Nick's like sort of right now in this position of, sure, it's trending in the right direction, it makes it difficult to stomach the radical plan, the burn it all down plan.
At Department of Labor and at DHS, they are making some policy changes, the $100,000 fee. I think that's great, and that's a great start. And cutting down the new overseas visas, that's great too. But once again, we were promised mass deportations. What's more, you had 10 million illegals come in under Biden. And so this is why I say it's just like too little, too late.
I'd say
it's
more
like,
than 10, 12 to 20, depending on how you count it, but a lot.
Sure. Well, and
Too many.
You know,
We agree. Too many.
But again, Nick saying it's too little, too late. Like I don't know. I don't think that's the case. I'm not black-pilled to that extent where I'm like, it's over. There's nothing we can do. Too little, too late. I think that trending things in the right direction is a good step. Do I want someone that comes and will go further? Sure. But if we bring in 10 million more, we're not going to get a person that goes further. It'll make it even harder. The next person will be forced to just do everything possible just to roll back the 10 million the Democrats just left in that 4 years.
we don't even know how many deportations there are because ICE doesn't publish the data anymore. We don't have new official data on removals from the government since December 2024 from the Biden administration. So it's like, you know, what we're being promised, and this, by the way, gets...
Now, this is actually, again, a defensive argument, but one I find compelling, right? Let me be straight up. I think, again, if you're watching and you're not a Republican or you're not conservative or on the right, a lot of this is within the context of two right-wingers arguing with each other. Many right-wingers, myself included, were often skeptical of official government data when it came to the Biden administration. Rightfully so. A lot of times we saw revisions that almost always trended in the same way. Initial reports come out, job numbers, economy, people crossing the border, etc. Hey, it's not that bad. And then all of a sudden, 2 months later, it's revised downward. It's like, wow, it was actually really bad, right? So why the blind faith in trusting the numbers under the Trump administration? People like myself and Crowder here oftentimes say net negative migration down. But do we really know it's the case? Now, it becomes difficult. It's a difficult question to sort of argue. I think there are other things that we could contextualize, like circumstantial evidence around, such as Cato Institute and others talking about other numbers, the job numbers that we see and how they're predominantly going to Americans. It does seem to suggest there's a trend of people leaving, whether it be deportation or whether it be self-deportation. But it's a fair point by Nick, alluding to like, look, they're not even showing the official data anymore. Why not? If it's true that Trump is having these incredible deportation numbers, why not show us through the official metrics as opposed to just random posts on the whitehouse.gov site without like sort of the methodology or anything like that behind it? Now, I don't know if that's true. I would assume it is, though, that we haven't got official numbers in that sense, but fair point.
Back to how radical it needs to be. It's like, because you could always say, and you wouldn't be wrong at all, that Republicans are going to be better. Are they going to build more border wall? Are we going to have less H-1Bs? Are we going to have more deportations? Absolutely. But when you actually look at the numbers, it's like, okay, well, they brought in 10 to 20 million in 4 years. Right. Even if the numbers are true when they say we arrested 600,000, maybe we only removed 300,000, you're not even making a dent in that. And you could say, well, anything counts. I would say it doesn't make a difference. Like, not really. 600,000 against 20 million, not really. And that's where I would say I favor taking the risk of getting something more radical than what we know, which is getting something that won't be anything.
Okay. Now, Nick outlines a position here that says, listen, even if we accept the numbers, which is good, it's good to operate. I don't trust the numbers, one. No, he didn't dive into why that much, but fair enough. And then even if we accept the numbers, right? Okay, that's good. That's definitely a good strategy in debate because you're not going to win every argument to an audience. Like, they're not going to believe or think that you're getting the upper hand on every specific argument. So if you attack it through a multi-pronged approach, you have a better chance of success. So I don't believe the numbers. Here's why. Second, even if the numbers are true, here's why that still justifies my position. So let's accept what he says here. Even if we have net negative migration, let's say it's like 600,000. Let's even go further. I don't think Nick would mind this. What if, because some people say it's not just the deportation, it's self-deportation. So let's say it's 2 million that have left. If we accept that some 20 million, 12 to 20 million came in under the Biden administration, that's nothing. For example, if we would do 2 million a year, right? That would take 10 years to get these people out, but how many of them will have had children while they're here? And probably we're going to start to trend less and less with people deportation, would be this Nick's argument. So it's not enough. And so therefore, if it's not enough, then we might as well roll the dice, go with something radical on the shot that we get someone who will be more radical and say, yes, deport them all. That's trying to steel man Nick's position. Even if we accept this, the way things are trending, our country is doomed anyways. It'd be the equivalent of this. It's like the ridiculous climate change people that are like, I would have these debates that would say, if we don't reduce emissions by 20% within the next 3 years, we're doomed. It's the end of the world. Not that year. It's not that we'll all die in 3 years. It's that we have damaged the earth so much that there is now nothing possible that we could ever course correct. So it's either we live another 100 years or we live 200 years, but inevitably we're all dead within short time frame, 100 to 200 years. The world's over unless we do something radical in the next 3 years. Okay? That's sort of the argument Nick's making here. It's like, look, that's it. We need radical action right now or it's too late. It's too late. If we don't have it like by 2028, if we don't have a radical deportation of like 20, 30 million people, it's too late. I personally don't believe that. However, it's a compelling argument that would justify a radical position. So this is sort of a defensive position but look, if things are trending in the right direction, why have a radical shakeup? Because unless things go back to that number scale, -10 being the worst administration possible, +10 being the best. Unless we get to like an 8, we're all screwed anyways. It's just a matter of, are we screwed in 50 years or are we screwed in 100 years? So having a 2 is not going to cut it. Because if we have a 2, then next time we're going to have a 2. And then we're going to have a 3. And then we're going to have a -2. Instead, what we need is roll the dice and try for an 8 or higher. We need someone that's much better. That's sort of what Nick's saying here.
Well, and I can understand that position if I believe the numbers that you throw. Here's the one thing that I do notice, and I don't think that you're a Democrat.
No,
I really don't. But you do consistently use Democrat talking points against the right, and you have this is not a primary issue, right? You've advocated that your followers either sit out or vote Democrat in 2020, 22, 24. And as a result, the big one, and this is a big problem that I've had with your approach, not you as a human being. Georgia, right, that flipped the Senate with Kamala Harris as a tiebreaker. And precisely because if people had followed, I'm not saying that you're responsible, but if people had followed your prescription in Georgia, that would be the exact reason for 10 to 20 million illegal aliens coming over an open border wall. That would be the exact reason for stopping them. That would be the exact reason for a doubling in some instances of H-1Bs. And I don't think that those changes are mild. When you say 600,000, we both know that is a point that the left will use. It's not accurate. You do have to include self-deportations because there's an incentive for self-deportations and more people are self-deporting. Next thing, I bet you'll say that Obama or Clinton deported more people. We did an entire segment on this because people on the right are saying that, and it's factually not true.
Okay, so Stephen sort of points out that Nick's plan is kind of, if you really read between the lines, I think Nick, and he said several things in this debate that point to this, it's sort of accelerationism, right? So let me steelman the accelerationist point of view. We only have a couple years to have a radical change in how we control our country, kicking out millions upon millions of people, radically dealing with our debts, radically dealing with our infrastructure, manufacturing sector, how we engage with the rest of the world, like whether it be countries like Israel or countries like Europe, right? If we don't have that radical change in the next few years, then it's just a matter of time. We could hold on for maybe the next 80, 100 years, but inevitably the writing's on the wall. We're doomed. Country's overthrown from within. The middle class, the people that made this country, that are traditionally voting conservative, that are worried about this, the same sort of people that wanted to roll the dice and vote for Trump because they feel they've been disenfranchised, they're screwed. They're going to be disenfranchised. Might be in 50 years, might be 100 years, but it's over. It's all over for them. Unless we have a radical change now. And yes, maybe that radical change, what I'm suggesting, has a very low probability of working. But all of your arguments of, yeah, but look, if it doesn't work, it'll lead to 20 million more people being brought in. That's okay. Let's have it happen faster. Screw it. Because if things get really bad really fast, then maybe people will rise up. So it sort of is taking the offense that Crowder's talking about. You're going to lead 10, 20 million more people in. Okay, that's fine. Either we kick them all out or just bring them all in. Fine. That's the only way people will learn. And look, I personally think this is a horrible strategy. But it's not, at least without considering. For example, how many people on the right may have said with the defund the police movement, okay, do it. Then do it. Yep. Chicago, get rid of your police department. Go ahead. Let's see what happens. Oh, what's that? Within a year, you're going to be crying, not just for the police you used to have, but saying fund them more. Same thing here. Then fine. Let the country live with the consequences for 4 years. Another 20 million people. Let's see what happens. Now, my belief is that's a failure for a litany of reasons. One, I don't think things are so dire right now that it's inevitable we're doomed. I think we could continue to make incremental changes to lead to the right direction. That's first. Secondly, I don't think that the accelerationism is going to solve anything. It's just going to make things much worse, much quicker, even if they are correct that we're eventually doomed. How can I sell to my son that in his lifetime he's going to have to go through this horrible turmoil? Will he be hated for his skin color, religion, etc.? Because, well, better to happen now than 100 years in the future. I don't know. However, Nick's making an argument here that Crowder's going to have to deal with, in my opinion.
Well, I never encouraged people to vote Democrat in 2022, 24. Only this is the first year I've told people to vote Democrat. All those other elections, I told people to sit out selectively or altogether. But the Georgia Senate runoff, which is, I think, what you're talking about, January 5, 2021, with Loeffler and Perdue, this is, again, it's like Trump, I think we both agree, got cheated out of that election. Like they stole the election. At the same time, Republicans controlled the state legislature in all the swing states, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, everywhere where that was being adjudicated, Republicans were in control. And they just refused to do anything. They refused to change the slate of electors. And at the same time that they were telling us we're not going to remedy the election, they were also begging us to vote to hold the line in the Senate. And here I am saying, wait a second, why don't we hold the line in the White House? You're worried about the Senate. And then I would add on top of that, and maybe this is going to be controversial, I actually don't think Republicans are really all that against illegal immigration. I think that Democrats and Republicans maybe wanted the illegals here because there was a significant labor shortage after the pandemic ended.
By the way, I agree with Nick on this. I agree. It's before Trump, basically the thrust of the Republican position was we want cheap labor for our donors. And the Democrats were, we want people to come in and replace people in this country. That's my opinion. For the purposes of this debate, though, forget about my opinion on the sort of issues they're talking about. Like the idea, okay, you didn't tell people to vote Democrat in 22 and 24, but you told them not to vote Republican. And Crowder's argument here, which Nick's answer doesn't deal with, which is, but listen, if people would do that, then that's what led to Democrats winning. That's what led to 10 to 20 million people coming in. And just saying, but I didn't tell them to vote Democrat. I just wanted Republicans to lose by saying not to vote Republican doesn't really deal with it. And it sort of speaks to like, see, things can get worse. And I think Crowder needs to make this argument. It would help him, which is there are a lot of people that constantly want immediate results now. And they make an argument as if things can't get worse. This is it. We're bottom of the barrel. And that's not true. You'd be surprised how bad things can get. We're not there. We're not bottom of the barrel. We're not even close. So to say, heck with it, another 10 to 20 million people come in. Basically, in effect, what Crowder's saying is like, if we would have adapted the same plan you have now, and it would have been effected in 2020, 2022, 2024, we would see now 20 million more illegals. And we'd say, wow, look how bad it is. So why should we embrace that plan here again? Which will have that predictable outcome.
People were slow to return to work. They were being paid too much. And, so you could say, like, if only Republicans had won, then there wouldn't be 10 to 20 million illegals.
But what numbers do you have to back that up? First off, Nick, come on, you did. You told people to sit out or vote. In 2022, you told them to sit out or vote Democrat. And I'll give you 2020, you said you did. But in 2020...
All right, so now here's a disagreement. This is first, like, sort of a little bit of heat. It's pretty benign, but I don't know the answer to this. I really don't. So we'll see if anyone's able to bring receipts. But I do not know, to be honest.
2020, I was pro-Trump.
No, in 2020, yeah, but in 2022, you told people to sit out or vote Democrat.
Okay, well, now wait. I think I heard Crowder say in 2020 as well. So if he was mistaken there.
I remember
I didn't tell him to vote Democrat in 22. I just said sit out.
You said sit out or vote Democrat. In 2020, you did not say vote Democrat. You said we're going to destroy the GOP and to sit out the runoff in Georgia, which is exactly what flipped the Senate, which is exactly what opened the borders and stopped the border wall and led to the woke fucking nightmare that we.
Okay. If that's true, and we'll see if there's a rebuttal there. He's saying specifically, if you remember, there was a runoff in Georgia for Senate, and because the Democrats won that and enabled them to, with the VP, control the direction of the Senate. Once they had the presidency in the Senate, they were able to then basically open the border. And so Crowder's argument is, look, you told people to punish the Republicans and sit out in 2020, and that mentality led to 10 to 20 million people coming in.
Dealt with, right? Because if people had gone out, okay,
got to correct the record. I got to correct the record. In 2020, in the 2020 election, I told people vote Trump. It was only in the runoff in Georgia in January 5, 21, that I said sit this one out. In 22, I don't remember. It was 4 years ago. I believe I just said don't vote Republican. Like 26, it was a big deal for me to say vote Democrat because I'm not a Democrat, as you know, and I appreciate you clarifying that. But no.
And to be fair, when Nick outlined, I think Nick's strange in the sense that he oftentimes says a lot of hyperbolic things. Now, anybody who's in the streaming world that's talking as many hours as Nick Fuentes or Steven Crowder or even someone like myself, when you're streaming on a near nightly basis for hours, you're probably going to say some things that are taken out of context, or you're going to say some things that are hyperbolic, that like on more reflection, you're like, okay, I didn't exactly mean that. Nick did put out a video and said, I'm Democrat. And he highlighted like, I'm for like higher incomes and some Democrat talking points to further go along with his message of voting Democrat. Now, he's since said, I'm being hyperbolic. I'm not really Democrat. I'm just voting Democrat in 2026 to punish Republicans. And so Crowder's like, fine, I accept that. We're not going to quibble on that point. The one thing I'll say about this, which is fine, I'm glad that there's an area of agreement there. The one thing I will say is it is fair to question whether or not Nick meant that. If you take like some of the issues that Nick talks about, particularly the Israel situation, it is undoubtable that there is a better chance of getting a massively anti-Israel presidential candidate that is Democrat than there is that is Republican. There will be left-wing donors that would donate to that. It is a mainstream idea with mainstream Democratic politicians, not all of them, obviously. It's not the case with the Republican Party. And so you do have to ask, like, if that is the key issue, is it that the Democratic Party is a better home for you? And so when he's saying, yeah, I'm Democrat, now, I accept especially for the purpose of this, he's saying, no, that's not the case. And it's not really germane to the argument, but just to let you know a little of the background of what they're discussing here.
I've only told people to sit out. This is the first year I'm saying punish them. And I guess the larger point is maybe we just disagree on the level of complicity of the Republicans. I think they're utterly complicit because even going back to, and this is formative for me, Trump won in 16 saying border wall. And you remember Republicans wouldn't give him more than $1.8 billion for that little fence in the Rio Grande Valley. And they said, no, we're going to focus on Obamacare and the tax cut. We'll do the border wall after the midterms, which they lost. And then they shrugged and said,
So
oh,
Nick,
well.
but now be accurate with your audience. Why wasn't the border wall built? Was it for the same reason that it was completely paused after the 2020 midterms? In other words, you say Republicans, do you mean Democrats? And so they said the perfect is the enemy of the good, and they got done what they could get done at that time. It would be like people in the future saying, he didn't do anything about H-1B visa extensions. Well, sure, because he can't. It'll be blocked 100% by Democrats, maybe 10 to 15, 20% Republicans, but he used the most potent tool at his disposal, right? So you put all this in the same basket, like Republicans didn't. No, they weren't able to. And in many cases, they weren't able to, especially because you told people to sit out. When you look at what they've been able to do, I don't think these are minute differences. We've both agreed these are the most.
So, I mean, two arguments that Crowder's making here. The first is like, again, you're conflating Trump with Republicans. Now, maybe Crowder could do a better job of articulating this, but this is how many people in his camp are going to think of things, or many Trump supporters would think. They would think, yes, the Republican Party and the Democratic Party circa 2012, 14, 16, they're a uniparty. On the key issues, they agree. Trump was a radical outsider that came in. Key members of the Republican uniparty like Jeff Flake and John McCain hated Trump. The Democrats hated Trump because he was seen as an outsider that was going to shake up sort of their hegemony over the control of our levers of power in this country. So if Nick is trying to reach those people, and his argument is, but I think Republicans also didn't care about the border. They're sort of the same as Democrats. That's not going to be very persuasive to people that believe, but I feel that Trump came in and tried to shake that up. Now you might say, yeah, but Trump didn't. Trump's really uniparty. Okay, but what's the evidence of that? And in this specific exchange that they're having, the evidence would seem to be Nick suggesting because he didn't lower H-1Bs, because he didn't get the wall bill. But again, those are all things that are the responsibility of Congress. So that it's sort of circular. The Republicans are really pissed off Trump came in because he's an outsider. But I think Trump, even though they hate him, isn't an outsider. He's an insider. Why? Because those people that think Trump's an outsider didn't vote for the things that Trump publicly said he wanted. So therefore, Trump must be an insider.
Rightward shifts that we've seen in American policy in modern American history, which brings us back to the risk. I think we both agree, the risk of the left, right? You've not had any ill-conceived delusions that this is not a risky play. And I appreciate that you're straightforward about that, right? You're not like, this is going to be great. You know it could backfire. So what are the concretes? It brings us back to that. If I'm going to take this risk, because I think that a 99% reduction in border crossings is significant, 87% H-1Bs. I think the Supreme Court cases are significant. I think, dozens, hundreds of feet of the wall being built is significant, whatever it is. I think it's significant, but I'm willing to take the risk this plan will be effective because I need you to walk me through the end of the plan as opposed to hopefully these magic candidates will show up and then you're going to deal with the donor class again and the ground game again. What does it look like? Give me the plan.
Okay. Now, what Crowder's doing here is like, okay, on the harms, again, I think Crowder perceptually is doing an excellent job of controlling the direction that this discussion goes, which is good. And what he's saying here is like, look, remember, there's the two areas that there's discussion having here. There are the harms, or how bad things are now, that justifies the radical plan. And then there is what world looks like post-plan. So if the world post-plan looks worse, we don't do the plan. If the world right now looks good, we don't do the plan. So the successes of Trump and everything that Crowder outlined there, and basically Nick's like, but I don't think they're that good. He even said it. Things are trending in the right direction. There have been gains. So it's not that's a tough sell to then say, okay, we need the radical plan then. So Crowder frames it. He says, okay, I think these are good, right? And you're trying to get people like me and people that are my supporters on board with you. I think these things are good. You think they're okay, but they're not that good. They have to be way better. Whatever. But given that, you have to explain to me how this radical plan will work. I need specifics. Let me try to give an analogy, right? If you are like aliens land and say, tomorrow we're going to wipe out the entirety of the human species. That's it. And they take out Japan or something just to prove they could do it. And you're 100% convinced. You may endorse some crazy radical plan because you're like, we're doomed anyways tomorrow. Even if that plan, whatever it may be. Maybe aliens are allergic to water. What was it? Was that movie Mars Attacks or something? Let's try that. And you'd be like, dude, the chance of that working is like 0.0000001%. Yeah. Or it would have to be some harm, I guess. Like, maybe if we all starve ourselves or if we all, chop a limb off or whatever, that might work. There's an argument to be had like, wow, I mean, yeah, that's a harm and it's a low chance that it'll solve. But I mean, we're all doomed. Things are so bad. It's so bleak. You try anything risky. But that's not really what's happening the way this debate's been framed. Things are going decent. So you're going to start chopping off limbs? Of course not. That's radical. Why take the radical chance for some low probability success when we know that there's going to be a harm? By the way, my analogy sucked there. Apologies for that. But you get the point. And so that's the point Crowder's making. He's like, things are going pretty good. They're going slightly good to pretty good. Nick would say just ever so slightly good. Crowder would say pretty good. They're pretty good. So why this radical plan to endorse the very people that hate us and want to bring in 20 million more and this, that, and the other? Give me the specifics. So he's moving on from the harms to how does your plan work?
Yeah. Well, once again, I'll just say first, and then I'll get just to respond to the preamble there. It's like, I just grow tired of these games where it's like every cycle there's this excuse. It's like, well, we did this, we couldn't do that. It's politics, and this is just a brief example I'll give. They allocated in the big, beautiful bill, what was it, $200 billion, $190 billion for DHS. Significant portion of that goes to ICE. And then they gave up on deportations in January because they said, well, this is not popular for the midterms. Then they launched the most unpopular war in modern history in Iran. It's like, if you can eat a S-word sand, I don't know if you'd swear on this show.
You can say whatever you want. Yeah, okay. It's Rebel, for God's sake. I mean, we're on YouTube, but
Alex Jones, he's on radio, so, but, they want to see the language. Yeah,
take your methylene blue.
Yeah, turmeric.
Yeah.
They want us to eat a shit sandwich on Iran, but then on deportations, they go, oh, well, what about the midterms? So to me, these come across as like excuses,
Now, this is actually a reasonable argument. Nick should focus more on Iran, right? He should have. And the argument he's making here is a solid argument. It's one that I would make as well. Look, if I'm honest, I understand that there are varying different ideologies that support the Republican Party or President Trump, right? They have like libertarian people, you have neocon people, you have tech bro people, you have like the RFK, Make America Healthy Again people, you have more populist people like me, you might have people that are more like Christian nationalist type people, whatever. And some of those individual decisions will favor some of those groups, and some of those groups might not like some of these individual decisions. Okay, fair enough, right? So the question becomes, why does it seem like my group is getting way less than this group over there that I disagree with? And so Nick's like, okay, maybe we could accept, look, we have to cut down on the deportations to win the midterms. Okay, if we accept that, why are you doing this unpopular war in Iran? It's a fair point. But again, it's sort of defensive in nature. It doesn't really hit home much in this debate because it doesn't mean that things are horrible, beyond repair, negative, right? It's still, things could be better, right? When Crowder moves the debate from the harms to, okay, now explain the plan, not only is it good that he sort of is controlling the framework for the debate, which is good on his part, but notice that Nick still hasn't really got a lot of chance or opportunity, or I think the opportunity was there, but he didn't talk about the harms. His offense on why Trump's bad. He didn't talk a lot about the Epstein files. He didn't talk a lot about Iran. And without that, his case becomes very weak. He's only talked about, all that's been said here in the past 15, 20 minutes of this debate is, Crowder's like, here's a bunch of good things that Trump did. And Nick's saying, yeah, but it's not that good. And it's not enough. Nick needs to sense it. He's made, like, right here, he's like, wow, Iran's very unpopular. But that's the most he's done. He needs to focus more on that to help convince people in Crowder's camp, listen, things are so bad right now that we need to roll the dice and take this radical decision. And right now, I just don't think that he's doing that.
I do want to get into what the plan is. You're right. It's hope. We're hoping for a space to be opened up for a candidate to go in, and there isn't anything specific. I have a candidate in mind, and there's a ground game being built and things like that. I can't share that information. There's maybe a couple candidates that I'm looking at. But again, you know how it goes. Unless somebody's ready to announce, you can't really say, oh, so-and-so is going to run for office. And then,
okay, well, you could point to the hypothetical people that it could be. But if your argument is, yeah, but I'm involved, so I can't. Okay, let's say I accept that. But again, it makes it difficult to sell this because theoretically, if you're telling us to vote Democrats in the midterms in 2026, that's coming up. Some states will have mail-in ballots going out soon, and people could already start their vote. So if you can't tell us who these hypothetical candidates will be before you're asking us to vote, it really diminishes confidence. It'd be one thing if he's telling us, look, vote Republican in 2026, but in the 2030 midterms, we're going to vote Democrat. Of course, I don't have a candidate. That's abstract. We're talking years away. But you're telling us that 2028, there are these candidates. It's too early to tell us who they are, but you're asking us at this early stage to vote Democrat and trust you. These will be good candidates. As far as ground game, he says a ground game is being built. I'm interested to hear more about that. I don't know if that'll come up, but that is interesting. What does that look like? What does this ground game that's being built look like? I will say this, I'm skeptical. I think that, and this is my bias, but one of the things is sort of I ran for Congress in 2019. I very much was more of a Fuentes type character where I was just like, go in and like kick the tables and chairs and be like, we're going to upset the apple cart in here, right? It turns out that as much as I think that feeling is warranted, particularly in this country, that I think for years our politicians haven't cared at all about people from my neck of the woods, like rural America. The problem is, if you want practical wins, you actually still need to work within a system to some degree, unless you have a lot of advantages. Trump was a billionaire with a lot of name recognition, etc. That's a lot. Some dude like me doesn't have that. I'm an unknown. So I'm going to have some sort of ground game, and it's hard for me to create it myself. So you need these people, right? There are people in all across this country. There are county Republicans with, people that are doing bake sales and putting up yard signs and making phone calls and going to county fairs and knocking on doors. I'm not saying that's the end all be all, but there needs to be some sort of infrastructure there. And so what we would need to hear is how that infrastructure could be utilized, the infrastructure that already exists, because a candidate's going to come along that a lot of that infrastructure is like, yes, this is a good candidate. We like this. Or how you're going to have enough people in your movement to build that infrastructure yourself. That's the sort of details. Obviously, you don't need it down to the T, but that's the sort of details that would make you more comfortable. Like maybe this plan has a shot. Just like, well, we're building a ground game and I can't tell you who the candidate is, it doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. And it really does seem, especially when Nick's admitting, I know it's a huge risk, that there's not a lot of details that have gone into this, and it makes me question why anyone would want to take this risk with so little details on how this would actually work.
And especially because it's me. I can't be the harbinger of whoever the candidate will be.
Well, why?
But,
Let's explore that, though, because we both agree, two-party system, you need voting blocks. You need coalition. So if there are that many people out there who share your view, shouldn't be a problem for you to endorse anyone. As a matter of fact, that's a net positive. So give us the name.
Yes, that's exactly what I was saying earlier. That's exactly it. It's sort of what I would call is like a double bind here for Nick. If Nick's ideas are so popular, well, then an endorsement wouldn't be a bad thing. If they're not so popular, then the idea of burn it all down because my ideas will come to fruition doesn't seem to make sense. There's not a lot of popular will for that. And you may say the loss of Thomas Massey here recently. I don't think Massey directly aligned with Nick, but you see the point. Of course, the argument against Massey losing will be, but look how much money was spent against him, right? So how do you overcome that? Right? And so now, obviously, there's arguments that Nick could make. Yeah, but I've been unfairly smeared, and so therefore it comes with baggage. And, I've been hyperbolic. I did things like promote Kanye, and my audience has done some crazy stuff that they've been smeared with. So we would it's not that my ideas are unpopular. It's that the baggage that comes with my name is.
I can't do that. Once again, it's not somebody that's announced they're running. It's not somebody that maybe even is in contention. But you know how this goes. When you have people that are running for president, they don't say they're not going to make an announcement until they're ready to make an announcement.
Well, sure, but usually these people who are developing Republican strategies aren't telling people to vote Democrat in a midterm, right? That's a long game, and you need that answer for people to take it on faith.
That's exactly the point. And again, I hadn't watched this specific interaction. Crowder exactly nails it. Right, but the problem is you're telling us right now to vote Democrat. You're right. Like 2 years out, that's sort of a long time to announce your candidacy for president. Got it. But when part of the strategy for you as a candidate is I'm telling people to vote for the opposite party in the midterms, we sort of need to know, okay, well, who are these candidates? That's exactly right. The time frame is skewed. It's not a normal time frame because you're telling people 2 years earlier you need to vote for the opposite party to help me. So we need to know who the me is.
Otherwise, it's just snake handling.
Well, I think that, once again, either way, you can take my word for it or not, but what isn't going to work is Vance and Rubio. Like, that's a zero-win proposition. You could sit there and say, well, but that's better than a Democrat. At least that's concrete. I would say it's concrete that we're going to lose. It's concrete that if we get a continuation of this, we're going to get more of this, and this is not working. So rather than trying something that isn't working, I want to give a chance that something might work.
Again, and so, Nick, I think it's fair to say that it's sort of accelerationism with some other things attached to it, right? His argument is, look, right now is just no. The securing the border, nope, that's not good. Not good enough. The deportation numbers, the cutting, all the court wins, all of that, yeah, that's okay, but it's not good enough. So I'm willing to risk it all. I'm willing to risk everything, the court to be packed, everything to be overturned that Trump did, bringing in another 20 million illegals, giving them full sentence. I'm willing to risk that all because I don't think that the wins we had, if we keep trending in the same direction, will be worth it. And I personally, that's a tough pill to swallow for me, but taking myself outside of it and just looking at the goals that I've outlined were probably the goal for Nick in this debate to convince more people that formerly were Trump supporters or that are like Steven Crowder fans that they need to come over to this idea. That's a tough sell. That's a very tough sell. I don't know how you could say, like, well, preventing another 10 to 20 million illegals coming in on its face. Nope, that's not important. We might as well have 10 to 20 million and more illegals if we're only going to have 600,000 deportations and a secure border. I think that's a real tough sell. Real tough.
And if people want to take a leap of faith, then I think that's where they need to go. But,
okay,
the way it is right now.
Not working. I guess you would have.
And again, I have to admit, and full disclosure, I saw clips of this debate, and this is what I was it seemed to imply from those clips, I'm sort of shocked at how little details are coming from Nick on this plan. I mean, it's a leap of faith. We don't know. Maybe things will work out. It's sort of shocking. I thought that there would be more specificity, at least an attempted specificity. And it's really, to me, not a persuasive argument to be like, just try it, roll the dice. It's certainly not, for me, in my biases and what I believe, I reject that. But trying my best, even though it's impossible to remove myself from that and my real beliefs, and just looking at the context of these two people interacting right now in this sort of vacuum that they're having this interaction, I think that's a tough sell. Crowder's giving here are specific gains, here are specific gains, here are specific gains. What is your specifics and how things will get better? You acknowledge Democrats are worse. Yes. They'll do all this horrible stuff. Yes. Okay, where's it? Well, it's just sort of a leap of faith. It's not good. And to be fair, I think that it's brilliant strategizing by Steven Crowder here going into this. Now, I want to be clear. Sometimes when you're coming up with a debate strategy, you just act naturally, and it still sort of works as a strategy. The reason I say this is I'm not saying that Crowder's being duplicitous here, that he secretly hates Nick Fuentes and he's just putting on airs of being polite to him. I know nothing about that at all. I assume that Crowder is operating in good faith here, and this is how he doesn't despise Nick Fuentes or anything like that, that it's not putting on an act here. However, as a strategy, I think that this really exposes the correct way to deal with someone who's sort of perceptually on your side with a lot of stuff, but has these radical opinions, radical solutions. If you go back and you watch Nick Fuentes when he gets interviewed by Piers Morgan, Piers does everything wrong. He's the antithesis of what Steven Crowder's doing here. Instead of getting into specifics, he's just virtue signaling. Nick, how dare you? You've said horrible things. How dare you? You made jokes about the Holocaust. And Nick says, what, too soon? He makes a joke about, the struggle session that Piers Morgan's trying to put him through. And perceptually it came off as Nick's cool and collected and fun and a little dangerous but intelligent. And this other guy's just the old man yelling at the clouds going, how dare you? A lot of times people fall for that trap. You end up you take the bait, right? I've seen many debates in college. There were a lot of debates like this. There would be like radical black activists. And what they wanted was you to give in to their rage. How dare you guys say this? Bam! That's what they're waiting for. Okay, we're good now. But instead of you just treat it like, okay, I hear you out, fine, no problem. Can we get into some specifics? And I think it's a very effective strategy from Crowder. He's like, oh, we're not going to mess around with that stuff. I just want to hear some specifics. Nick could sound very good when it's, if Crowder would have come in and been like, screw you, you're crushing the country, blah, blah, blah. Nick's going to sound awesome being like, no. Of course, that's what you say, right? But when it's like, cool, got it. I'm totally on board with a lot of your criticisms. I think you want what's best for the country. Can you explain your plan? Well, it's an act of faith. If you want to take a leap of faith. And I think it's a brilliant strategy on Crowder's point here. If I'm a Nick Fuentes fan and I'm just watching this interaction, I might be a bit shocked that there's not more specific details here. I'd be like, I don't know.
To define working, right? So again, this is right. Okay, first net negative migration country, right, for over 30 years.
See, I dispute that. I don't think that's true.
Okay.
All right. And this, again, we talked about this earlier. It is difficult. If you're Crowder, did Crowder ever dispute BLS numbers under Biden? Probably. Okay. So an interesting point. I don't know how the way you try to bridge, I'd say, okay, let's look at other circumstantial evidence and see if that's the case. For example, 200,000 to 300,000 foreign-born truck drivers that have lost their CDLs or been fired. All jobs being created almost all of them have gone to native-born Americans, right? Now, it seems to suggest if there haven't been that many jobs created, but they are going to native-born Americans, that there are less illegals here getting these sorts of things. But it's hard to verify specifically, but okay.
Go ahead, dispute it.
I think to say that it's net negative migration, you have to count self-deportations. I've seen a lot of different, and I think those are being overcounted because they took this number from the community survey from the census, which was taken last year, and there were 65,000 households polled, and they basically said, well, there was a lack of response from like non-residents, non-citizens of the United States, and then they used that to extrapolate, what was the number? 1.5 million people left the country. And then later, by the way, that data got corrected. It was in CIS, Confederation for Immigration, something or other, Center for Immigration Studies. They actually corrected the number with the new 2026 data and said, no, actually, we vastly overestimated how many illegals we thought left the country. So in other words, the government keeps track of how many people self-deport. That's not the number they're using. They're using this basically a guess based on a survey with a very small sample size to say, we think all these people left, and that's just not reliable. So I
think it's very persuasive from Nick there. That's very good. So he says, I believe the numbers you're getting are coming from this. One, it's a survey. It's unreliable. Second, they had to correct it. Third, it's sort of a guess. So no, I'm uncomfortable saying that negative migration. That's very persuasive. He gets into the specifics. He says he isolates, this is where the numbers come from. Here are the problems with that source. So very persuasive. We'll see if Crowder can push back against that.
I don't, that's not a good number. I don't believe that.
Yeah, well, that's not the only number. And you would have a point if that was the only number that people were using. It's not. It is the number that the left wants people to use. And this is why I say I can, and I get it. You don't like this administration, right? I understand that. So it would make sense that you would use the numbers of people who are sympathetic to attacking the administration. But we also have a CBP one. Okay, so am I. And let's assume that we both are.
Now, it's a fair point by Crowder, but it also is a bit of like a rhetorical trick. So what? If there's a number out there that benefits my opponents, but it's true, what's the utility of saying, but your opponents like that that's true? Okay, but it's still true, right? So that's going to be Nick's perspective. So what? Who cares? I believe this is the problem with that number. Yeah, but the left also believes that. Okay. Now, I do think it's fair to say when it comes to strategy that Nick's employing a strategy that the left wants to employ, or you could say he's highlighting the specifics that the left wants to employ. But as far as the meta conversation as to whether or not this particular data set is correct or not with self-deportations, I don't see a problem with, to me, it's not a very persuasive argument to say, but Nick, the argument you're using is the same argument, the data you're using is the same data the left's using. Okay.
CBP One app does have abilities to track. The Brookings Institute, by the way, left-leaning, has also estimated net negative migration. There are plenty of third-party analyses. It's not just one number. It's actually one that's not even being argued because the left is using it as an argument as part of their campaign that, hey, isn't this horrible for immigrants? But okay.
But isn't that a bit contradictory to what Crowder just said? Didn't he say you're using the left's number and then just said, but it's not even debatable because even the left is agreeing? So to be honest, a bit of a contradiction there, I feel, from Crowder. It can't be both ways that, one, you're making the argument that the left wants to make, and second, the left's actually making the opposite argument that net migration is negative. To the rest of what Crowder says there, it's very surface level, but saying, yeah, but there are other data sets. The Brookings Institute's done an independent analysis. CBP apps had some analysis. Again, without diving deep into what these data sets say, it's hard to come to a determination. I will say that of the two of them, the only person that sort of tried to get into the specifics of any of these numbers was Nick. Nick takes at least where one set of these numbers are coming from. He isolates the problem with where those numbers come from, and it's not really challenged by Crowder other than to say, yeah, but it comes from other places as well. Yeah, but maybe there's problems with those numbers as well. I don't know. So
let's dispute that one number. And let's even say that it's just one source. I would present them and I'll make this stuff publicly available. I disagree with you. But then also looking at, for example, what we talked about.
Now, it's effective strategy by Crowder here. Much like Nick earlier, he said, I don't believe the numbers. However, even if the numbers are true, here's why it still benefits my position. Crowder employing the same effective strategy here. Look, actually, I think these numbers are accurate. Gives a couple reasons, but fine. For the sake of argument, let's say they are inaccurate and we shouldn't look at them. Here's a bunch of other things that are beneficial. So I think in both aspects, when Nick did it previously, you see a similar thing being done. And this is something that people that are effective at debating will oftentimes do. Again, you want to approach these issues in a multi-pronged facet as opposed to putting all of your eggs in one basket and saying, I have to win this argument. If I don't, I just say, oh, shucks. Usually a risky strategy, so.
H-1Bs is a big deal. Looking at the border being closed, 96 to 99%, depending if you also want to use border crossings, asylum claims, refugees. You look at spending cuts. I hear people say nothing. Well, no, it's hundreds of billions of dollars in Doge cuts. And if you want to use the left's point, say actually it's only a few $1 billion. It's not possible if you look at what's happened with NGOs. Medicaid alone, just requiring, I think we could agree on this, young, able-bodied American males and females who are single with no kids, working or going to school 80 hours a month. SNAP, right? Just no Coca-Cola, no Fanta. You're looking at 900 billion plus another 100-something billion. These are not small things. Work requirements. You look at, I mean, obviously energy independence. I know we're going through the war right now, but if you actually look at what we're able to produce in comparison to the Green New Deal, in comparison to pausing leases, this is going to have a serious effect for Americans. H-1Bs, 87% reduction in new ones, DEI in the federal government. You know, if Democrats get the risk too, we won't be able to have this conversation. We both have to agree on that. If the Democrats seize power, first off, they're going to pack the courts. This is the plan. People need to know it. They will pack the courts. They want to go to 13. They want to make Puerto Rico a state. They want to grant all illegal aliens and any temporary citizens the right to vote and undo everything, right? And that would include deplatforming. That's the risk.
Okay, so Crowder, multifaceted approach here. He says, okay, even if you're right about that specific data set, here's a bunch of other really good things, and he outlines them, okay? And then he says, and juxtapose that to who they're going against, the Democrats. They're going to pack the court. It may be that me and you it'll be illegal for us to have this conversation, or forget illegal, he doesn't use those terms, but it may not be able to happen. What he's referencing, of course, is mass censorship that we saw under Democrats, the push that they had for censoring disinformation online, which could lead to people like Fuentes and Crowder being censored. So he's saying there's a lot of good things right now, and the Democrats are catastrophically bad.
The plan. So we can't just, and I'm not saying you're lying, but we can't just take your word for it to take that risk. You can understand that.
Well, here's what I would say to that. I think that every election, the Republican side basically overstates what the Republicans are doing for us. And then I think they exacerbate or overstate the risk of Democrats. This whole, like, they're going to pack the courts and make Puerto Rico a state. It's like, well, they didn't do that under Biden. I don't think they're going to do that this time. And if you believe that they did.
Okay, so they didn't do it last time, so they're not here. I think they weren't saying they were going to do it last time, and now they are. But fair enough. Okay. It's overstating. Nick certainly has a point. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. My entire adult life, I've been told, this is the most important election ever, right? Of course, the counter to that would be, yeah, but look how exponentially things got worse, right? If I would have told you in 2008, hey, if we vote Obama, we'll soon get to the point where it is a serious argument that's being made that there's not really any biological difference between men and women when it comes to athletic competitions. That they will be pushing for laws that say that they could change the gender of your child at school, at your public school, without informing the parents. Like, you would have said, that's nuts. There's no chance that they would have left in 10 to 20 million illegals. No way. And that's what's happened. So on one, you could say they always say it's the most important election. But secondly, maybe it has been. Given the consequences that even people like Nick would say are possibly irreparable damage to our country in such short order.
Why aren't we using the nuclear option? If you really thought Democrats were going to break precedent, pack the courts, make Puerto Rico a state, do this and that, Okay, then it's life or death. We have to do everything possible.
It is.
Then use the nuclear option, okay, and pass the SAVE Act so that, we could get all these Democrats off the voter rolls, and so that we could break the logjam on DHS and get them their money and do the deportations. But it's like, Republicans will act like it's life or death, most important election. But then when it comes to nuclear option, they go, oh, we can't do that. Oh, well, we can't do the deportations. Oh, well, this is the best we could do. And it's like, okay, so somebody's not telling the truth here. And I don't think it's you, but I think it's
I agree with you.
Now, it's a pretty reasonable argument by Nick. It's like, okay, I suspect that even Republicans in office, at least, don't believe this doom and gloom. It's the end of the day, or the end of the country if Democrats get elected. Because if they did believe that, then they would take more radical positions. They would have ended the filibuster and passed the SAVE Act, right? Of course, my counter to that would be like, yeah, but a lot of these Republicans are establishment Republicans that hate Trump. So they're okay with setting the deck to make sure that no alternative voice can ever come into a position of power again. That works for them. If Democrats pack the court, it's not that John Thune will never be able to get elected again. It's that we'll never be able to get someone elected who is against the uniparty establishment. That's what I would say. Now, in fairness, Crowder hasn't made that argument, and so we'll see what happens here.
There are Republicans who aren't telling the truth. I agree with you. And by the way, they need to be, like, for example, Thune, Cornyn, screw that guy with a wire brush, right? People like that. Yeah. But we know them by name. To throw them all into the same basket and it's a constant dismissal. Like, I don't really think that there are deportations that are enough. I don't really think we're a net negative migration country. I don't really think that 87% H-1Bs. I don't really think just executive order 2 genders. I don't really care downsizing the federal government by hundreds of thousands. I don't really care that housing prices and rent prices are at multi-year lows. Those things don't matter because it's not enough. When we know that the Democrats will obviously, and this is their plan. They didn't say they were going to make Puerto Rico a state and pack the court to 13 last time. They're saying that now. What they did say is that they were going to go a different direction on immigration, and we got, by our agreement, 10 to 20 million in 3.5 years.
Exactly. Great minds think alike. Yeah, Crowder's making the exact arguments that I said he should make. Yeah, but they weren't promising this last time. Last time they were promising radical change on immigration, which they delivered. Last time they were promising DEI and trans rights, which they delivered. Right? Now they're promising pack the court, make DC, make Puerto Rico states, and they're going to try to deliver. So effective by Crowder of pushing back. You're right? They didn't do this last time, but they didn't promise to. But they did do the damaging things they did promise to.
That is unsurvivable, and you're recommending that people take that risk based on then what else? Where do we go? So we vote Democrat, we take the risk, but we cut it off at the pass.
Crowder does something that's very effective, I've noticed many times in this debate. And it's an effective debate tactic where he's controlling the framework of what's being discussed by sort of like, think of it like a punctuation, like he's putting a period. How good has Trump been? Trump's been really good. Trump's not been that good. No, here's some specifics. Let me push back on those specifics. And then Crowder will say, well, ultimately, I just think that those specifics are true. But anyways, on to your solution. And it sort of gives Crowder the final word because he's controlling the direction. And this is good. It's good. It's an effective strategy to do. Now, you could use this very unethically and like being a bully or something like that. But Crowder's doing it in a way that also fits the flow of the conversation. And I think Nick needs to be a little more assertive. And you've seen him do this from time to time, say, whoa. I want to go back to that point real quick. Right? We're not just moving on. We'll see if Nick does it here. But it's an effective tool that Crowder's trying to use. And when you're debating, you have to watch out for this. You should be trying to control the direction of the debate as much as possible. What you don't want to do is go overboard and not let your opponent talk about anything they want. That's nonsensical, and it's actually going to hurt you perceptually. It'll make the debate worse for you and your opponent, and it'll make the audience think that, like, look, you're unwilling to sort of hear out what your opponent's saying and address their arguments because you're just being, like, insistent that you only talk about the things you want. That's not good. But if you're able to do that and steer the direction of the conversation, it looks very good to the audience, and it allows you to make sure that you're spending the focus of the time on positions that you have a better chance of winning and the arguments you think are more important. It also makes it look like when you get the final word on something, there is something that perceptual is advantageous on that. That's why if you have like a formal debate, it is a huge advantage to be the person that speaks last. Even in a court trial, to be the side that speaks last, those arguments then are the last memories and the last perception that the audience or the jury or whatever gets to hear. So when you're like, put a bow on it, now move on to this, it sort of perceptually gives you the last word on that, and that can be advantageous. Doesn't mean you're guaranteed to win the point, but it is an effective strategy.
And
but again, it's like, you can say, well, that's not survivable. Well, we got 10 to 20 million illegals. Why? Because Republicans didn't build the wall, and now they're not going out because Republicans won't deport them. So it's like, if Democrats get in, they're going to end the world. That's why we need Republicans to not do anything.
No,
but what he said was, we got 20 million illegals because Republicans wouldn't stop it. But even that argument, right? The argument's basically, there are these people trying to take us out, and then there are these people that aren't doing a good job of defending us. Democrats trying to take us out, but Republicans didn't do enough job to defend it. So therefore, we'll vote for the people trying to take us out. That's the part that doesn't make sense.
Taking what Democrats did and blaming all Republicans. Most Republicans wanted the wall. We voted, but we can't because you also have something known as gridlock. And then you're saying vote for the Democrats who blocked the wall and opened the border.
But in 17, we had the House, the Senate, the White House, the Supreme Court. Why didn't they use the nuclear option to just build the wall? It's because the Republicans don't really want to build a wall. They want the illegals to come here. And then when the Democrats get in, they can say, oh, shucks, the Democrats brought in all these illegals, and so we're going to deport them. Get us elected. Never mind. We only want to deport the violent criminals. Net negative migration is good enough. And it's like, that's the risk. The risk is that we play this game forever. I want to step outside of it, break the matrix. We got to run the Trump playbook from 16, get somebody fresh in. That's my...
Again, and this is unfair because it's not what's being debated here. This is just my personal opinion, but I will say this. I don't understand how a America First president would be able to overcome the very criticisms that he's making here. In fact, it would have to be that not just that you have an America First president, but you would need 51 America First senators? Even if you, like, because Crowder's argument's like, the vast majority of Republicans that were elected wanted the wall. They did want these things. But there were a few key holdouts and all of the Democrats that prevented that. And you're like, well, let's vote for more Democrats, which will have the effect of preventing all those things. And Nick's like, yeah, but we need a radical shakeup because even when we had more people, it was unable to be done. Most of this, by the way, is because, think of it this way. We are probably gone with the days of like one party having 75% of the Senate or of the House. It's going to be close margins. It's going to be like 53-47 would be like a big win if one party had 53 senators and the only other had 47. So let's take that margin, 53-47. This effectively means that if you have 3 people from your party defect, that's it. So if Nick realizes, like, Trump pushed for the wall, but we didn't get the wall because of a handful of Republican senators, so therefore we need to radically change things and get Trump out so we get a real guy. Okay, let's say that guy comes in, John Smith's his name, and he's like, end the filibuster now, pass the SAVE Act now, do it right now, build the wall now. And these senators go, no. Now what? Now where are we? Do we say, okay, time to burn it up, vote Democrat again then? Do you see the problem with this strategy? I don't understand how you overcome that. All of the arguments that Nick's making here basically can be boiled down to this. In our current system, a handful of people that call themselves Republican could stymie an entire administration and stop all the good things that need to happen from occurring. Therefore, vote Democrat to shrink the margin of people we would need. If you had, for example, if he was aggressively pushing for Republicans and Republicans end up winning 60 Senate seats instead of 51 or 50, now you have 10 Republicans that could defect, and you're still doing okay. Instead, he wants to shrink or eliminate that margin in totality by forcing people in there that will be antithetical and actually vote the opposite way against all of the things that Nick wants.
to me, that's the risk.
I don't have a problem with getting someone fresh in. I don't have a problem with getting someone fresh in. As a matter of fact, here's the problem. I actually agree with you in principle on the premise of wanting to get someone fresh in. I don't probably have the disdain for Rubio and Vance. Between the two, I probably would choose Rubio because of
really.
Well, just because I agree with you that the threat of big tech and AI, and I think that's something that's a very uncozy relationship that worries.
I disagree, by the way. I like Vance. I do have questions with Palantir, but I think Vance has exhibited to me that he does have a concern for sort of middle-class America, manufacturing, etc. But nonetheless.
To me, but I don't know. I'm not, they're not ideal. But I still would pick them over a Kamala Harris or a Gavin Newsom. I don't think Gavin Newsom is a Chad. I think Gavin Newsom would be a disaster. I think Gretchen Whitmer would be the worst, but I think they've learned their lesson. They're not going to run abroad, hopefully. She would be the worst thing that could happen to this country, Gretchen Whitmer. But I would like someone else. The problem is your plan guarantees the opposite, historically, without exception. I'm sure you're aware of this. In other words, you're asking people to take a risk. Well, you're aware of the moderate Republican paradox. This goes all the way back to Goldwater.
Which is?
So it's any time Republicans lose big, right? Democrats achieve power, especially when Republicans go further right and they lose big, Democrats attain power. The donor class, who you need to reckon with the donor class, right, as part of your prescription, they immediately go to the most moderate candidate who they think is winnable. So, for example, just using some like after Goldwater, they decided to go with the more moderate Nixon. What happened with Ford over Reagan? If you look at what happened after George Bush, McCain, and then you even look at examples like the Tea Party swinging further right, and then I'm going, oh my gosh, you know what? We need someone moderate to win the general, Mitt Romney. So what you're doing historically, with pretty much no exception, is guaranteeing the next John McCain or Mitt Romney.
It's absolutely effective argument, cites to a historical example, and makes, again, first part of the debate, Crowder's making sort of two arguments and two frameworks. We have a radical plan, which both sides are admitting is a huge risk, which could put people that are worse in power. So one, does the status quo justify that radical plan? Crowder's done an effective job of making his claim. I think Nick is sort of perceptually losing that because he hasn't spent enough time talking about the harms of Trump. He's just sort of saying, yeah, but it could be better, right? Then we get to, okay, the radical plan, what are the chances that it would solve? Well, we get one, it's a risk of putting Democrats in power that will make things basically destroy the country. Secondly, you're actually going to do the exact opposite of what you're intending. Now, I'd like to see Crowder go further and say, look, there is a better chance that a Joe Kent, a Thomas Massie, etc., eventually gets their shot with a continued support of Republicans. I think and there's a less shot. So right now he's making this argument, which is a good argument. You're actually going to make it more likely that we get a more moderate, less likely to have mass deportations, less likely to change radically our foreign policy relationships with Europe or with NATO or with Israel. And here's historical examples to show exactly what will happen. So it's a very effective strategy. It's turning the solution, right? And policy debate in college, we would talk about this. This is a turn. You say that it would do X, but actually you make X less likely to occur. And it's a very effective strategy. Nick seems like he has something to say, so let's see how he rebuts it.
I think you're missing one. I think you're missing a notable exception to that. Yeah.
But Donald Trump was an outsider, was a Democrat his whole life, right? We have to agree it's an outlier. You're talking about operating within the binary. When Republicans lose big, Democrats are so bad, they go, okay, we can't live under this rule. Historically, they go, let's pick the most winnable candidate. So you're going to deal with those donors, hundreds of billions, potentially trillions of dollars, in 2028, with who? With what kind of funding?
Now, Nick makes the point with Donald Trump. And by the way, I would go further if I was Nick and say, and by the way, that's the most recent example, right? Now, there are differences, and Crowder, kudos to Nick for bringing that up, and he should bring up that it's the most recent example. Crowder needs to make specific arguments why that example wouldn't apply. For example, he could say things like, yeah, but Donald Trump was a radical outlier, not just in the sense that he was a Democrat, but also in the sense that he was a billionaire that was able to already have huge name recognition, etc. So yeah, I agree. There could be an extraordinary person with extraordinary circumstances that this could work out with. Who is that extraordinary person? Who is it? Like, are we talking like someone like Mark Cuban? Someone who's a billionaire, right? Someone like that with already huge, some celebrity or something like that. Like, it can't just be run-of-the-mill politician. That's never been the case. It's never worked that way, right? In addition to that, I think that there's an argument to be made, but that required basically 8 years of getting our ass kicked by an Obama administration, not just one midterm flipping. And in addition, like you could see, still the donor class and the infrastructure was against Donald Trump. So the question is, how is that infrastructure going to get on board? You could overcome that infrastructure, which is what Trump did. He overcame that infrastructure basically in two ways. One, because of his independent fame, wealth, charisma, etc. And second, because it was part of Hillary Clinton's plan to encourage people on the left, including in the left media, to sort of give Trump a platform because she wanted to run against Trump. Where's the evidence that that's occurring here? So I don't know. Let's see what Nick says.
And what kind of ground game? Because I also don't want Mitt Romney. For crying out loud, Mitt Romney.
Rubio. Rube, here's the thing is like, if you're saying you're going for Rubio.
I didn't say I'm going for Rubio. I said if I had to pick between the two, because I really don't like the Palantir connection. I agree with you, is what I was saying.
But, okay, and fair enough. I don't want to mischaracterize your position. However, you must acknowledge the way it's looking, they're going to consolidate behind one or the other. And right now, it looks like Rubio is the donor choice. The Wall Street donors, the pro-Israel donors, they're taking informal survey. They want Rubio. And to me, it's like, okay, 10 years after Trump defeated Rubio, New American Century, Miriam Adelson's puppet, I think Trump literally said at AIPAC, or the Republican Jewish Coalition, he said, you want Rubio because he's your puppet and he'll do whatever you want because he takes your money. He's a Florida creature.
He also said Ted Cruz's dad killed JFK. Come on, we know what goes on with primaries with Trump. And one thing I do have to address.
Fair enough, fair pushback, but I actually agree with Nick's point here more. I mean, Crowder makes a slight point back, but yeah, I mean, if we're like, well, we needed a radical departure from the status quo in 2016, which is why we went with Trump, and one of the people that we were radically departing from was Rubio, and now Trump is leading us to Rubio, is that a continuation, or did we ever radically depart? It's a fair point that Nick's making here. Absolutely a fair point. If you say we don't want Romney, is Rubio much different than Romney? I say yes. I think Rubio would be much better than Romney, but it is a fair point that Nick's making here. And formerly, even myself in 2016 would have said Rubio's just going along to get along. He's just run-of-the-mill, Republican, Bushite with a little Latin flavor, Cuban flavor to it, right? So good point by Nick here.
He's not an outlier. Republicans won in 2014 before Trump paved the way for him. That's what I'm saying. If they win, you can veer them further right. They also won in 2022. If they win, you can veer them right. That's what paved the way for Trump. So it actually proves.
Yes, that's exactly the point I was saying that Crowder needs to make. He says, you're actually steering the Republican Party back to the moderate neocon side, right? And then he takes the example that Nick gave of Trump, and he should have spend more time on this and make it more clear. Trump was after Republicans won the midterms in 2014. And so by winning the midterms, we were actually able to steer the candidate more to the right, not less. If we lost the midterms in 2014, there's a significant chance that the Democrats would have continued to be unpopular, and then we would have ended up with the donor class consolidating behind some sort of Mitt Romney, Jeb Bush, and they would have been able to win. Now, we don't know, because I do think that's not necessarily true, because Trump was so unique, given his unique circumstances, his fame, his money, etc. But that's a great point. You're driving the party to the wrong direction, and actually the direction you want it to go is more likely to happen if we get wins.
the point. If Republicans lose, you guaranteed historically pave the way for a moderate Republican. It doesn't go the other way. So I'm asking you, and that's what I don't want. That's a big fear of mine, by the way. I don't like, I'm not all in on Rubio or Vance, but I would like to not see someone worse, to not see someone more moderate, to not see a Romney or McCain. That's what we'd be looking at if there's a big Democrat win. You just made my point with Trump, right? He was able to because of 2014 Republican. He probably wouldn't have been able to if you were looking at a Republican loss. It would.
Okay, and, you know, one thing that neither of them have talked about, maybe this is just my own bias and I'm just factually wrong about this. I'd be curious to hear both of their feelings on DeSantis. Because I think if you take, right now, if you take Rubio and Vance and say, who would you put as the third person, I think I would say DeSantis. So I'm actually curious for both the perspective of Steven Crowder and Nick Fuentes, what they would think. Is that someone that they consider more moderate? Do either of them prefer them more than Vance or Rubio? I don't know. It's just an interesting thought I had. But that's a name that I could think of that I could potentially see. In my estimation, and again, this is just my opinion, no matter what, if Republicans win or lose the midterms, which I would predict they'll lose, but no matter what, I think the most likely primary winner in 2028 is either Vance or Rubio. If I had to pick a third person outside of that, it would be Ron DeSantis. And that is regardless of what Nick Fuentes does, or if Republicans win the midterms or lose the midterms. Under any of those circumstances, I would put Vance, Rubio 1 and 2. I would give a slight edge to Vance. And then I would say DeSantis would be number 3. The question is, who is number 4? And I think there is a change. I think that if Republicans win the midterms, the number 4 is going to be totally irrelevant. That it'll be one of those 3. Probably one of the top 2. I think if Republicans lose the midterm, then the number 4 is more likely to be a Mitt Romney type character. That what you're going to see is the lesson that the Republican donor class and infrastructure is going to take isn't that we need to get more radical. It's going to be that Trump was too radical, too far of a departure, and we need to get back to basics. And so that's it. Even then, I think you're still likely to see Vance, Rubio, or DeSantis. However, to any change that Nick's plan could institute, I think it's going to be the opposite. And I think what both of them are failing to take into account here is the unique circumstance of Trump as someone who has seen, both of them have said it's an outlier, Trump's an outlier. We've never really seen the party go more radically right-wing, and then what happens when that radical right-wing lose? Nick's gambling, we get even further radically right-wing. I think that the opposite's true. I think the lesson that will be taken from a loss is we need to become less radical. The lesson that could be taken from a win is we need to get more radical. So, for example, if we just look at it in the lens of deportation, of course, myself, Crowder, Fuentes, all would want to see more deportations. But as a referendum on like the riots against ICE and Alex Preddy and Renee Good, we're told, this is going to be a referendum, Republicans will lose. But if Republicans win despite that, that allows the next candidate to say, look at how the media went ham and all these people rioted, And guess what? The American people still said, we don't care, we want more deportations. That will enable a person to make the claim that's running against a Vance or Rubio to say, I'm going to go more aggressive than them. You're wrong. The American people gave us the midterms even after all that bad press with deportations. We need to go further. If they lose, then the lesson the Republicans will learn is see, too much. Greg Bovino and all of them in Minneapolis and the ICE, attacks there. That was too much. We need to pull back. So I think Crowder's doing an excellent job here of at least starting the line of argumentation. What you're actually going to see is they're going to become more moderate and end up with like a Romney or McCain.
Would have been like Goldwater. It would have been like McCain.
But you had a Democrat incumbent or a Democrat leaving office, which was Obama. Here's the dynamic, the way that I see it, is that Democrats win in 2026, and they're going to sabotage this administration because they're going to impeach Trump. They're going to investigate everybody, and they're going to find embezzlement, corruption. There's some problems in this administration, or at least there's a lot of smoke, let's say, around Howard Lutnick and some of the crypto stuff. And there's a lot that I would even like to see investigated.
It's fair.
So everybody in the administration is going to be hurt by this, Rubio and Vance included. That weakens them ahead of the primary. If they are toxically associated to the administration, which is failing more under Democrats, then to me, that provides an opening for somebody fresh from the outside that says, I'm sort of repudiating Trump's legacy, or maybe even I have some allegiance to Trump's original message in 2016. You know, maybe I'm going to save Trumpism from itself or where it went astray. That's kind of, you know, I don't think we need to get into like Barry Goldwater. That's how I see it. If Republicans.
Now, effective strategy from Nick here saying, like, forget about history. Here's why this situation's unique. And he outlines a case. Now, this is a case I disagree with, by the way, but he's doing an effective job outlining some more specificity here than we've seen with his plan, which is, look, they lose, they start to investigate, the investigations will find some sort of corruption. This will make things worse in the short term. The Democrats are going to stymie Trump's ability to even have the incremental gains we've seen. However, it will taint Vance and Rubio. So then a new person could come in and say, I'm like sort of the heir apparent to 2016 Trump before the corruption and that original message, and now I'm going to win. Now, it's a theory. I think that there's a lot of problems with that theory, but kudos to Nick for outlining this, and we'll see how it's pushed back against Crowder.
Republicans are, if Trump is strong going into 28, then his people are strong. They have a better chance of winning the primary, and there's big consolidation. If they're weak, then people are going, oh, I don't know. Rubio and Vance are toxic. They're tied to Trump. They're unpopular. Maybe we need something else. So I think that's the dynamic. I mean, do you disagree, and why?
Well, if he's strong, wouldn't that suggest that the country's in a good place?
Yeah, I do. In a better place, certainly.
In a better place with Democrats.
Right. No. If Trump is strong.
We're saying if strong going into 28 after people vote Democrat.
No. If Trump is strong, if Democrats don't win big and they're not able to sabotage him.
Okay.
He'll be stronger than he would have been otherwise.
So wait, are you saying he would be strong because people vote Democrat?
No.
I think there's a confusion here. My understanding is, I think the argument that I got that I thought Crowder was getting at until he clarified there a little is, so if the fear is a strong Trump going into 2028 means Vance or Rubio, wouldn't that mean the country's doing well? So why would we want to sabotage that? Right? But I don't know. So a bit of confusion going on here.
No, I'm saying he's stronger if Democrats don't win.
Right, the midterms.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So how does that play into your plan? And forgive me, it could have been a timeline there where I was confused. I was assuming that we were going along with your plan, and Democrats get voted in 2026.
Yeah, Democrats get voted in 26, and they weaken Trump. Trump is weaker, and by association, everybody else is weaker. Rubio, Vance, because again, they're going to dredge up all this stuff, and you're not going to be able to run from that because they're going to haul people before the House. They're going to impeach people. It's going to get ugly, and I want them to bring, because this administration's a failure. It's an utter betrayal. And I don't think I don't want to say you won't acknowledge. I think you disagree. But they promised mass deportations, and that's not happening. They promised no new wars, and we got a war with Iran. Like, they stabbed us in the back.
Okay, again, they had the conversation with the deportation. I think Nick didn't do very well there. He admitted that there were incremental gains. He just didn't think they were that great, right? The Iran thing, again, maybe not Nick's fault. I think he should have been more assertive on the Iran point, but he's just said, it stabbed us in the back, the Iran thing. How do I conceptualize Iran with previous administrations and the tax they had in places, and how we weigh Iran versus gains that we've got on securing the border and all the other things that's been talked about? Then really hasn't gone through that. It's just this assertion. It is an utter abysmal failure. So I hope they all get investigated for corruption and.
A couple of things there, and I think this is important. We did get it. If you want to predicate it on Democrat numbers that we don't have deportations or enough, but at least we have some versus mass importations. And I certainly would say, if you look to the matter of record, that even from left-leaning think tanks, institutes, that we are seeing record deportations. We have a net negative migration country. I never thought would happen in our lifetime. Nobody actually disputes that except for you. Okay, I don't think that's a betrayal.
That's not nobody.
I do think a betrayal.
Now, to be fair, I understand, but I understand that to frame it that way. But I don't think that's true. I don't think that Nick Fuentes is the only person questioning the net negative migration. I don't. And so, to be fair to Nick here, I don't think that's necessarily the case. But
Trail is saying that you don't care about immigration, which you said. And that's where I need to know, do these things matter? Do these things matter to you? Does immigration matter? Yeah, does immigration actually matter? Because people who care about immigration certainly see this administration as the biggest wins of our lifetime ever, in contrast
You're
to
wrong
Biden.
about that.
So he brings up the fact that Nick had said previously in a video, I don't even care about immigration anymore. And then he says, people were saying that this is the biggest wins we've seen in immigration. Nick's going to disagree. Let's see what he says.
You're wrong about that, and I'll tell you
On
why.
immigration.
Because there are people in DHS. The people in DHS, I talk to people in the administration. I'm sure you do as well. The morale is low.
I actually really don't. You're probably more welcome than I am.
Really?
Surprising as it is.
Well,
You're more congenial.
I'm a pretty congenial guy.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm more of a
friendly. No, you're a good guy, Stephen. We get along, but in DHS, the morale is super low. They're literally going and telling people
it's low because of sanctuary cities and people fucking kicking out their taillights and them being hamstrung. Like you're sidestepping people creating sanctuary cities. The left will not deport violent felons in our prison system, Nick, and you're telling people to vote for them. You can't just sidestep it.
It's like it's always these excuses like Republicans are going to get.
Okay, so they both accept DHS morale is low. They have conflicting reasons why. And Nick says it's because I think he did get cut off, but I believe he was going to imply it's because Trump isn't following through with the promises that these people at DHS thought would occur. Crowder says it's because of the basically war waged against ICE and DHS with the form of riots, the media going after, their taillights being kicked out, sanctuary cities, etc. I don't know if they'll be comparative. Nick then is like, see, but there's always an excuse, which is fair, but it's more of like sort of getting out of the specificity of this question, right? And now we're talking about sort of back to the general theme of like, yeah, but we are promised more and we're not getting enough.
Give us deportations. Well, no, we can't because sanctuary cities and Congress.
I didn't say that. They still are in spite of it. Donald Trump gave us an 87% reduction, which you haven't. You ran billboards. Give me this.
Are we talking about H-1Bs or illegals right now?
Both. Because you said last time you were on the show.
Illegals.
Well, because last time on the show you said, well, who cares about illegal immigration? You accepted the premise because if they're replacing you legally, and you run billboards on that, and it's the single biggest strides that have ever been made in our lifetime. And you're like, I don't know. That sounds to me like an excuse, Nick.
They said mass deportations, not net negative migration. They said mass deportations, largest deportation in history. And by the way, there's people in DHS, they're reaching out to this mass deportations project, this mass deportation coalition, because Trump is holding it back. Trump has been convinced by Brooke Rollins that we can't deport people from farms. And he's being convinced by Wall Street that we can't deport a lot of people in general from the labor force because it's going to put upward pressure on prices. It's going to hurt the economy. So it's like, let's be honest, Trump is the problem. Trump is slowing down deportations. He doesn't want them. Like, they're betraying us. They could do more. They're choosing not to.
Now, I don't actually disagree with that last statement. I think Trump could do more, and I think that he should. Now, the truth is, it is true. The deportations aren't all rosy and peachy. It's going to cost money to deport people. It's going to have an infrastructure to be able to do it. If we're talking about tens of millions, I support it totally anyways. Don't get me wrong. One of the things that will happen is there will be upward pressure. Let me explain why. So here's an issue that I'm familiar with because of the career that my wife's family's in. Truck drivers, right? Now, we're being told that some 200 to 300,000 truck drivers that were foreign-born have lost their CDL since the Trump administration's focus on going after these CDL mills, which a commercial driver's license, going after these mills that are intentionally giving people license that can't even read road signs. They barely speak English. And, of course, we've seen an uptick in accidents, including some high-publicity ones from these sorts of drivers. Now, what will happen if you get rid of 300,000 truck drivers that are illegals, foreign-born, etc.? What happens is two things. One, the supply of the workers decreases, which means their demand goes up. When their demand goes up, that means you're now left here native-born CDL holder. All of a sudden, he'll get paid more wages because he has a demand increase for hiring him. So he has more options to go and shop around to say, who am I going to work for? Which load will I haul? And so it will command a greater price for that worker. That probably means the shipping company itself is going to end up charging more, which will lead to an increase in price for the consumer. That's true. If you pay higher wages for the people responsible for the creation or shipping of a product, it tends to, at the end, lead to higher prices for those goods. That's true. But it's worth it. What'll happen is we see that all of these workers, some 300,000 here, that will now be doing much better and making more money, will then, in effect, have a better quality of life, more disposable income to share around. But because of the terrible situation we find ourselves in with the mass importation of foreign-born workers, both legal and illegal, it has skewed things. It has made prices lower for consumers, but it also means that there are less and less good-paying jobs for people born in this country, which has two effects. One, it means people are working less jobs, which means even though you're paying 20 cents cheaper for your avocados, you have in totality $500 less a week to spend because your job's not as good, or it leads to people being sufficient on welfare, which is also bad. So in order to fix that, it actually will cause problems. I still say fix it. But I understand that Trump is listening to people saying that and he's trying to thread a needle. If Trump would have deported 10 million people immediately, there would have been significant economic problems in this country. Significant. I believe they'd be sustainable. We would eventually get through them. But in our election cycles of 2-year chunks, can you afford to rip the Band-Aid off that much, knowing that that's probably a de facto loss for you in the next election, which means that your opposition will get in and do everything possible to stop you? And then they'll reverse everything? Or do you have to do it more incremental? It's a tough question. I still accept Nick's premise here, though, that Trump could have done more. However, what it ignores is the thrust of Crowder's entire argument, which is, okay, sure, yeah, but still he's doing more than any Republican president before him, one. And second, the Democrats not only would not do less or would not do anything, they would do it in the opposite direction and import another 10 to 20 a million. So why should we support that?
They walked it back like 100 times in the past few months. They went to the Trump Doral for their congressional retreat, and the deputy chief of staff said, don't say mass deportations, that's done. Susie Wiles and the rest of them said it's a course correction, we're shifting gears, we're changing the strategy, we're focusing on violent offenders, violent criminals. There's all this consternation in the White House saying, oh, Trump is being convinced to approve all these seasonal farm workers. He's being convinced not to do the deportations, only focus on criminals, which, by the way, that's kind of like what Biden was doing, picking people up at prisons that murdered people. That's been going on. That's an Obama policy, but go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Because we both, by the way, have a tendency to kind of, I think your brain works the same way I do. We're like, and this bullshit, and this
We're
bullshit.
ranting, yeah.
And I don't know about you, but it's in my personal life, too. I'll come home to my lady. I'm like, this bullshit. She'll be like, okay. It's kind of like the old man. Put him down, like, okay.
I too do that. So
I go grab a drink and calm down and play some games. So I wanted to deal with those kind of separately. I understand what you're saying. But you are making the same mistake that the left makes quite often. And what I mean by that is pointing to rhetoric as opposed to policy. So you say, okay, let's assume, although I just don't agree, there are no record deportations. There are, in comparison to Obama, to Clinton, certainly to Biden. We certainly would have to agree on that because they counted border turnaways. But net negative migration. Okay, that doesn't matter. You're pointing to the rhetoric. Okay, H-1Bs, that doesn't matter because you're pointing to the rhetoric. You also have to look at other numbers, like, for example, the job growth under Biden entirely to foreign-born workers. These numbers also don't lie. Net negative for native-born Americans, and it has flipped precisely under Donald Trump. That is important for particularly young Americans who you have as an audience, right? We have a youth unemployment that I think we would both agree is directly affected by H-1Bs, cheap labor, illegal immigration. It's bad here. It's worse anywhere the left has power. You're talking about 20% across Europe. You're talking about 15% in Canada. Those numbers also don't lie. Okay, Joe Biden, no Americans hired post-COVID. Only foreign-born workers. First year of Donald Trump, switch. Foreign-born workers, their jobs go down, job losses, growth for native-born Americans. That in combination does become undeniable in saying these aren't mild differences. This is a major difference. And rhetoric, you know, in having to deal with the media, well, we're going after violent criminals first. Tom Homan was on the show. I guess that would be one of the administration. He's someone we've had in the show a couple of times. He said, you know, well, of course, we're going after violent criminals, but what are we going to do if we run into someone who's not violent? We're going to deport them. They can't be here. That's our job. We're going to deport them, too. In other words, it gives them some leeway, and the numbers bear that out.
So again, it's sort of, they're just going through different examples, but they're making the same general argument here, which is, look, there are real victories. When you compare them to previous Republican administrations, real victories here that we haven't seen in our lifetime. And there are, the Democrats are so bad. They're so much worse on all of these key issues. So why would we vote Democrat? And Nick keeps going back to, but we were promised more and we're not getting enough.
Not even close, Nick.
No, but here's the thing. I mean, you can say it's better than Obama, but have we been fighting for 10 years for all of this? For like, well, we're deporting more people than Obama after they let in 20 million people? No, we voted for mass deportations. We're not even getting 1 million a year. ICE won't release the numbers because they're embarrassingly low. That's why we have to rely on like census data to extrapolate it and get, well, this 1 million people self-deported. You know, that's what they promised. And by the way, you're saying it's all rhetoric. Let's look at the policy. After they withdrew from Minneapolis, they said, we're done doing raids. They were doing these big operations in Chicago, New York, Minneapolis, where they surged thousands of CBP and ICE into the city. And what they would do is patrols. They would have ICE out on the street, basically looking for illegals, going door to door. What they've done since then is they put body cams on them. They stopped doing these big surges. They stopped doing the patrols and the big raids. And what they've effectively shifted over to, like in New York, for example, is they're only going to go to the prisons. If someone gets arrested for murder, they go to prison, they're not legal, then ICE picks them up. And that's really all that is happening right now. If you wanted mass deportations, what would that look like? Home Depots, farms, meat processing plants, the Hyundai facilities. But what happens when those places get raided? Trump gets a call. He gets a call from Wall Street. He gets a call from Hyundai. He gets a call from Brooke Rollins. And they say, stop deporting our farmers. Stop deporting our Hyundai employees. Stop deporting. And so Trump is effectively protecting our illegal immigrant workforce. They could deport them. They're choosing not to. The numbers could be higher. They could be doing raids. They stopped doing them. And they stopped doing them, they said, because of politics. We'll lose the midterms, you know, all this stuff. And I'm just saying, you know, it could be better. It really could be. They're choosing not to.
It could be better. Of course, it could always be better.
No, it could always be much better.
Okay, let's say it could be much better. It's funny they use a meat processing.
Yes. So again, you can see, I just want to be clear. Nick should also make sure that he's talking about Iran here or the Epstein files, because the argument of, okay, it's something, but it could be better is not persuasive to therefore vote for the people that will intentionally make everything worse. It's not a persuasive argument. Nick is only making defensive arguments over and over again. Crowder's like, this stuff's really good. Nick's like, yeah, it's kind of good. That's defense. Nick needs to focus more on his offense here.
Processing plant, because we saw that exact example in I believe it was Omaha, Nebraska, where then there were Americans lined up when a bunch of people had been raided and people had been deported.
Then they shut it down.
And this happens across
thing too.
So are you saying that there's an equivalency? In other words, it's not that big of a difference as far as immigration?
Yeah, I think it's not meaningful at all. No,
okay.
That's getting back to.
And what about, let's go through, what about H-1Bs? 87%. It's not 100, it's 87% in new ones. The place he has, is that significant?
No, I don't think so. It needs to go entirely. There needs to be no H-1Bs.
Okay, so 87% reduction is nothing, so we'll go with the party that increases them by 200%.
They hit the cap. They hit the cap every year. And by the way, we're going to get more. I mean, Elon Musk and Little Tech are lobbying this administration. So
87%. 99% border crossing reduction, not significant?
No, there's no wall. We did that in 2020, and then we got 10 million illegals.
We're building the wall now. Well, the wall was stopped again after the midterms that you encouraged people to sit out, and the Senate flipped. Well,
How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet that the wall will be finished?
It's like over 50 miles. Is that what the wall's over 50 miles, and there's another 17 miles of secondary wall? This is just in the very first.
2,000 miles.
Yeah.
It's an effective argument by Nick. But again, it's not about if the wall would finish or not. It is, are we making incremental steps and going the right direction? And the idea that what Crowder is really pointing out here is like, how could you say there's no difference? Basically, Nick's like, I want it all or I want nothing. Give me everything I want or I'll intentionally vote for the other side that will make everything worse. Then hopefully we'll have faith that that'll lead to a guy that will give me everything I want. And if not, then we'll again vote for the people. And Crowder's like, yeah, but that's continually leading to like another 10 million people will come in. All of this bad stuff will happen. Now, because of time constraints here, what I want to do is actually skip ahead towards the end of this debate to a part that I think is really important that I cover. But I think you got the thrust of it here, and ultimately, I'll give my final conclusion on the debate and sum it up here. But there's more of this, and it goes on for a while. Like I said, their conversation actually is very robust, and I believe in totality was 4 hours. So I hope I give you a nice cross section there. Let's listen to this section where a lot of this, to my understanding, repeats a little. I skimmed it, but this is the part that there was a viral clip of, and I think it's sort of the summary. We get to near the end here, and both sides are summarizing their points. And the general position is Nick saying things are okay, but they could be much better. And Crowder's saying, I think things are pretty good. That's one part of the debate. And the other part of the debate is this question of, do we actually more likely to get a candidate that is good or bad based on what you're proposing here? So here we go.
Africa. This is where all the world's resources are. All the commerce is going to go through that rimland area through the Middle East, the Red Sea, the Persian Gulf, and then overland through the Middle East. They're going to control all of that. They're going to have hegemony over that, over the Arabian Peninsula. That will make them something like a superpower. I know that sounds crazy to say.
No, it doesn't sound crazy. It doesn't sound crazy. I don't deny that Israel has their own selfish interests. And by the way, I think you're misrepresenting my view. I was making the point where I was saying, even if Israel didn't exist, I think you still have to deal with the problem of Islam, its encroachment and its expansion. And I think that Iran is one of the most radical actors in that respect. I do want to go to chat, but here's my question.
So they do have a conversation to a degree about Iran and about Israel. But again, when the setting up of this, Nick needs to do a better job of loading with your best argument. You lead with your offense. And I think Nick should have front loaded all of this where it's like, look, Iran, 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 Israel, Israel, Israel. Not because those are arguments that by the way, I'm against the conflict in Iran. I am. But this is certainly part and parcel to Nick and his audience's big criticism with Trump. So it's sort of amazing to go through so much of that early discussion where he's advocating his plan and nary a peep about it. Trump could be doing better is basically the argument that he's making. Here we have the final summary, and I think that I have seen this, I have to admit. I think this is a brilliant sort of strategy by Crowder to outline sort of the purity test that the all or nothing nature of what Nick seems to be suggesting. And when taken in totality of everything we watched, it really does show. Crowder's arguing we're making good gains, and Nick's like, yeah, but they could be better. Crowder's arguing, but the Democrats are really radical. Yeah, I agree. It's a big risk. Crowder's arguing you don't have specifics on how this works. I agree. It's sort of a leap of faith. And so here we have sort of the bow that Crowder's going to put on, which is a very effective strategy. Distill it down. Remember, I said work from backwards. Work from at the end of the debate what you want to be talking about. And then ask yourself, how do I get there? And Crowder has a brilliant device. He's going to make a hypothetical presidential candidate and say, Nick, can you support this guy? So here we go.
Because we started this off with, the common enemy. And I appreciate, by the way, you said, I don't know. Because a lot of people would go, well, and they would equivocate. I'm thinking of running for office. Okay? I'm thinking of running for office, and I can't stand the Mitt Romneys and the John McCains of the world. All right. Now, I understand we live in a two-party system, and we need to have coalitions. We need to have voting blocks if we want to win the country. So you have to have all this base that have already voted Republican, conservatives right across the board. And we know boomers, people make fun of them, but they outvote Gen Z by a significant margin, certainly millennials. Okay, so my stance is, let's say it's me. All right, shut down the border, mass deportations, build the wall immediately, completely shut down H-1Bs. I'd put a $500,000 fee on it in case someone's bringing in the next Elon Musk or Nikolai Tesla from El Salvador, for God's sakes. I don't know. Something that wouldn't affect a multi-million-dollar salary. Of course, we'd continue with the Supreme Court. I'd enable states to have more authorities that deals with abortion restrictions, so I don't know how much more I could do that at this point. Tariffs on certainly industries that are taking advantage of us so that they are reciprocal. I would do my best to onshore jobs by basically going the opposite of directions like NAFTA. I'd punish companies that offshore them, incentivize them to onshore them. I'd have tax cuts across the board, but certainly middle-class families. No more foreign lobbying organizations. And no more blank check to Israel. And of course, no more money to Ukraine. I would pull us from NATO until everyone meets their payments. But maybe I think that Iran is a threat.
So, just so everyone knows, I don't think anyone would dispute this. These are all, everything he outlined there is like a wish list of Nick Fuentes. Like, yes, 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 all good, all good, all good, all good, except this one difference. I think Iran's a threat. Could you vote for me? That's the question. Let's hear Nick's response.
Could you vote for me?
Well, again, it's like, do you think Iran is a threat?
That's a very realistic candidate. Could you vote for me?
Okay.
Could you be a part of my coalition?
Here's the problem. You go to war with Iran. What does that mean? You say, well, we'll give them 3 months. It's like, how are we going to win this one? Gas prices are $5, $6 a gallon. Strait of Hormuz is closed. Israel is chomping at the bit for us to reignite the war and expand it. It's like, are we getting into another Iraq? Are we invading Iran? Are we nuking Iran?
I'm asking you all those other things. In other words, no candidate is perfect. You've bitched about the purity test a lot lately. Let's reduce it.
Is that purity to say I don't want to war with Iran?
I supported the military intervention in Iran. So all those other things. There's a Democrat who was to the left on all those other things, but was vehemently against Iran. Could you vote for me? Could you be a part of my coalition if I want to take back the White House?
See, I don't know what the value of the thought experiment is. A war with Iran is not a purity spiral.
I'm trying to figure out.
But I mean, again, I think a little bit of intentional obtuse. Of course, there's value in this thought experiment, right? The idea is if you get everything you want, but you had this war, would that be enough to say, no, I reject you? In other words, the war is more important than every one of those other issues. That's the value of the test.
What matters most? Because candidates who may magically appear need to know what the purity test is for 2028 because we still don't have a name or description. Well, I'm saying someone like me, I should meet the purity test, except for, you know what? I'll give it 3 months in Iran. But everything else.
Okay.
Would you vote for me?
Then that's assuming, again, that you can bomb Iran and then walk away. We're going to bomb Iran a little bit, but not like, is that what's happening? No, we're stuck.
Could you vote for me?
No, I can't. Okay. I need America first.
Okay.
And America first means we're not at war with Iran and we're not importing 1 million illegals every year.
I mean, that basically sums it up. The biggest issue then, more than everything, is Iran. The attack in Iran. That's it. That outweighs mass deportations. That outweighs, stopping H-1Bs. That outweighs pro-life decisions. Court, placement in courts and whatever. It outweighs everything. And Nick bites the bullet. And I mean, I think that's really, really, really summarizes encapsulation what's going on with this debate, as I'll summarize here in a moment. So let's finish up.
I got it. That's fair. I understand it. Hey, this is where we have a difference of opinion. It's not the deal breaker for me in the same way that it is to you, but I understand where we line up. Can we take some chats, and can you tell people where the best place is to reach you while we're here, Mass Public? And
yes.
Hopefully this is still. I know it got more intense, but respect.
So there, you basically have. You can see that it's wrapping up for there. So first, I'd like to apologize to both participants there that I didn't have time to cover the entire 4-hour exchange. I hope that I covered at least enough of it to get the central points that they were making. Remember, for me, it is crucial to ask yourself what your purpose is of a debate when you enter into it. So when I'm trying to consider who I think did well in this debate and whether or not they achieved what their goals were, those goals could be different. I think that Nick's goal is to try to convince more people that are in Steven Crowder's type audience, which are probably more traditional Trump voters, conservatives, to try to convince them to jump on his plan of voting for Democrats. Because Nick, despite the fact that he thinks this plan will be effective, also would acknowledge that they're going to need more people to jump on that plan. The more people that defect from Trump that formerly were Trump supporters makes it more likely that whoever Trump picks to be his heir is ineffectual and doesn't win. So Nick, that's his goal. He wants more people. Crowder, on the other hand, I think is doing two things. One thing I didn't mention previous, and one thing that I think I did mention. He's trying to convince Nick and people in Nick's audience, yeah, but don't. It's a risky plan without a lot of success, and the Democrats are way worse, so you shouldn't do it. And I think he's also trying to tangentially speak to anyone who may consider. So not Nick and his audience specifically, but people that may consider joining onto this plan, why it would be a bad idea. And so let's go through and see what I think. I don't think Nick did a very good job of selling his position to people that don't already agree with him. Remember, his audience that he's trying to get here are people that at one point liked Trump. That were Republican voters and Trump voters. That's who he's trying to get to defect. It won't matter if Democrats listen and already weren't going to vote Trump and say, man, I'm not going to vote Republican. Sort of be irrelevant. He's trying to get people to defect because they're angry at Trump that formerly supported Trump. And I just don't see the majority of it. I don't see through the majority of his performance how he achieved that. Again, if you distill the debate into two parts, how bad are things or good are things now? Then you have the radical plan, and then what do things look like after the radical plan? Nick would have to argue things are real bad right now, therefore it justifies the radical plan, and it has a good chance to make things real good. And I think Nick is not doing well on either portion of that debate. I don't think he's doing a very good job arguing that things are radically terrible right now. In fact, to the contrary, he spends most of his time playing defense saying, well, okay, things are trending okay, but they could be much better. And we were promised they would be better. But that sort of rhetoric isn't going to lead people to take a radical change in direction. I don't think that's going to be effective or persuasive. My advice to Nick would be to spend more time arguing the things that are uniquely bad about Trump, possibly even worse than the Democrats. And the easiest way to go through that would probably be the Iran conflict. So spend your time talking more about how horrible it is, more about, and perhaps the argument will be, well, in some of the clip that you didn't watch in the 4-hour discussion, perhaps he spent more time on that. Possibly. But you need to lead with these sort of arguments. Lead with your offense. This is why Trump's so bad. Yeah, something I'd say, Stephen, yeah, okay, sure. You're talking about a bunch of these things. I think if you get into the data, these things are all a pittance compared to what needed to happen and what we are promised. But the bigger thing is, given that those achievements aren't that great, look at the disaster that we have with Iran. This is going to have negative effects for years. It's further leaving Israel control our country, which is exacerbating all of those problems that you outlined. That's where Nick would have been effective. And you can even see that more with his audience, right? When they sort of come on, and sometimes I admit it could be annoying because he's a very passionate audience. And what they focus on a lot, for better or worse, is Israel. Now, Nick's running a fine line in this debate because he doesn't want to come off as too extreme and too hyper-focused on that one issue. But on the other hand, when that's his biggest issue, he has to at least mention it and try to lead with it. So I don't think that he accomplishes the task of trying to convince people that aren't on his side right now that things are so radically bad that we have to take this radical plan to vote for the people that all of us are admitting are worse. In addition to that, I don't think he has a lot of arguments or specifics on how this plan will be successful. He gets into a little, like talking about how it will just be in the House, but his plan overarchingly is more than just the House, as far as I know, including governorships. But he says how it'll cause the House to change hands, which will lead to impeachments, which will lead to investigations, which will not only smear Trump and stop Trump from doing anything that he's trying to do, including deportations or anything like that, even if you think they've been weak and not enough. Not only would it stop that, it would also embroil them in scandals, which would then harm Rubio and Vance going into the future. But he has no specifics on who's going to take that place. He has no specifics on how the ground game would look. He has no specifics on where the funding would come from. And he literally says over and over, well, maybe it would work out. Yes, I know it's risky, and I'm asking you to take a leap of faith. That doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. Sort of like saying, hey, there's a poisonous snake. This guy over here isn't doing enough to get rid of that poisonous snake. So what I'm suggesting is let that snake bite you, because there's a small chance that it'll eventually make you immune to the poison. Maybe you'll get superpowers like Spider-Man or something. Now, I'm not going to take the radical plan of letting the snake bite me because I think that there's a small chance that that could have some sort of benefit that's unforeseen. So I think Nick does a poor job of sort of outlining on either end of the debate how bad things are now or how his plan will likely be successful. Especially when the burden of proof is going to be on him, because the framework for which this discussion is happening is that he and his opponent, in this case, Steven Crowder, have acknowledged how terrible the Democrats are. They'll bring in millions of people, etc. And so the perception that comes across from someone like me is that it's a purity test, that it's focused on one issue, Israel, and that because he can't get everything he wants, he's willing to burn everything down. And then he's like, I don't care if that leads to Democrat. He even says at one point, I don't really think there's a difference between a President Vance and a President Newsom. And for me, I do see the difference. And I think most people will. Even people disappointed in Trump would say, my goodness, if I had to choose between a secure border or 10 million coming in, I choose the secure border. On the end of Steven Crowder, I think Crowder does a very good job. Crowder didn't fall into the trap of clutching his pearls about Nick Fuentes saying mean things or his audience being mean or anything like that. He treated him as an equal and cordially, which I think was the right way to go. And he asked for specifics. And I believe both he and I were kind of shocked at how little there were of specifics of this plan. I think he competently argued how things are pretty good under Trump right now in many metrics, although they could be better. I think he massively argued how bad the Democrats would be in a way that Nick ends up agreeing. And I think he was correct to point out the lack of specificity and the problems with taking this huge risk with how Nick's plan would work. He also could have done a better job, but makes inroads on actually there's a better chance that we get the type of candidate that you want by Republicans winning the midterms and continue to have victories. So I think that it was, for me, it seems like this was a far better performance for Steven Crowder than it was Nick Fuentes. Now, Nick had some good things. I think Nick comes across as someone in this that was not a person that was unhinged. He was able to have a discussion, and a lot of the perception around Nick Fuentes is like he's just this maniac. It didn't come across that way to me. And I think that's good. That overall helps his brand. He gets exposure to maybe an audience that only hears rumor and innuendo about him. And maybe they have a different impression of Nick now, even if they don't agree with him here, which means they're more likely to tune in and listen to him. So I don't think this was like horribly damaging on that front for Nick. But it was very damaging from the perspective of, I'm sort of shocked, given this sort of radical plan, that there isn't more to it than just like, well, we just have to have faith. I mean, I guess I'm not surprised, but I am surprised, if that makes sense. I'm not surprised because I don't think there are any good answers. No matter how creative you get, I don't know how you answer these questions of who's it going to be? Where's the infrastructure? Where's the funding? And so it ends up that it's like, you know, if you really think in a full picture, looking at the forest, what Nick's suggesting here, well, the system's so corrupt, all of this big money's behind all of these, things that are damaging, right? But I'm going to have a new candidate come up who I don't know where he's going to get funding, but he's going to be able to overcome all of this funding and infrastructure. I don't know. Lastly, the commentary that Crowder makes at the end, I think really was a brilliant closing. And notice how something that perceptually Crowder did the entire debate was he controlled the direction. And I mentioned this earlier. He'd be like, yes, but here's my explanation. And now let's move on to this thing. He says it like almost seamlessly. Notice how at the end there, when he asks Nick about, could you vote for me? He gives the hypothetical candidate and himself that agrees with Nick on every single issue except Iran. Every other one. He even says in there, we would completely stop funding Israel. Not enough because the Iran war. And he forces Nick to say, no, I couldn't support you, right? Notice what Crowder does afterwards. He's like, cool. All right, we ready to take audience? See? That's the bow. That's the final point. And he's right to do so. Because that sums up the entire thing. It really does. Nick, for example, complains a lot about Trump, and Crowder points out how a lot of the complaints he has about Trump are actually things that are outside of Trump's purview and power to do. He needs Congress to do things. I mentioned there, like, for example, all he needs, in effect, because of the slim margins, is 3 or 4 Republican senators to not get on board. And that's it. There's nothing you could do to overcome it. So if 3 senators are like, nah, we don't want to end the filibuster, what can Trump do? He could primary them. He's sort of doing that. He's pushing Cornyn out for Paxton. But what else? Now, I argue he could have used more political capital and pressure, but really, at the end of the day, if they're dug in that we don't want the SAVE Act, we don't want the wall, how are you going to force them? They control the power of the purse. Nick's criticism is, but Trump's only doing executive orders. What more could he do? Nick says, well, when a Democrat comes in, they could revoke those executive orders. Again, so why would you shrink the margins of Republicans instead of increasing them? Thereby making it more likely that there's not even an opportunity because all the Democrats will be against, or that you've shrunk the margin even smaller, and now all it takes is 1 or 2 bad Republicans to defect. But if that's reason enough to criticize Trump, ask yourself this. In the world of Nick Fuentes getting whoever the hypothetical president he wants in, what happens when he's obstructed by a handful of people in a Republican Senate? Does Nick say, time to throw this guy out and start all over again as well? It really does come across as an impression of a well-articulate, I think Nick came across as likable, came across as smart, as witty, but someone with the mentality of a teenager with angst. I want it now, and if I can't have it now, then no one gets anything. He did it in a charming way, but that's the impression I get from the end of this debate. So from someone who was in the target audience that Nick Fuentes was targeting, I'm left unpersuaded, in fact, even more convinced that this strategy of voting Democrat is not a positive one. So fully admit that I have bias, and I came into the debate with the proclivity to agree with Steven Crowder more than Nick, but trying my best to separate that bias as well, which is impossible, but trying my best. I think this was a clear win for Steven Crowder, and I'm very impressed. I think Crowder did very well throughout that debate. I really do. So good for Crowder. I'm glad that they both decided to do the debate. I think it's a worthwhile debate that will have implications not just for the online space, but also potentially actually have implications in elections, and we'll see what to come. So, hey, if you like this sort of content, we're going to be putting more of this up on the channel. So make sure that you like and subscribe. We look forward to, if you have any suggestions for debates you'd like to see me cover, you can go to my Discord, which will be linked below, or you could just message below this video anytime that you have a debate you'd like to see me cover. So thanks so much, everyone. We'll talk to you all soon. Have a good one. All right, everyone, I'm back. I'm not leaving yet. I got to go to the restroom. I'll stick with you, read super chats, a couple commentary, but I hope you guys liked that. I hope it went well. I'll be right back, the restroom, and then we'll talk. All right. Let's get to some super chats. First off, let's start with Rumble. Why can't I see the super chat? Scuzzle sent a super chat in and I can't see it for like $5. Are you still there? For some reason It refreshed and I can't scroll up and see that super chat, which is absurd because I guess I've been going too long. Just to be clear, I do apologize. The entire point of that, if you joined late, was I'm going to start doing those reviews that'll be clipped and primarily for an audience that's not watching live. So I didn't have my super chat overlay on and I wasn't commenting much about the sort of audience with their commentary. So Scuzzle, thanks so much. If you're still there, please let me know what your chat was. But deeply thank you for the $10 chat. I did notice, but I obviously didn't read it. Over on YouTube here, where were we? Birdie the Song, $10. Thank you so much. Says, love the show, Rob. Thank you. I hope that people find utility in the debate reviews. Whether you agree or disagree with my review, you know, it is something that I think I'm in a position where at least I had some sort of formal debate training, and I enjoy watching debate. So for me, it's all good. Mr. B, 12 months a member. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. And then for $20, says more debate reviews, please. Yeah, we're going to start trying to do it at least once a week. For all of you, if you get on my Discord, like we'll put a section up specifically for potential debates to review. Now you can see there, I probably only reviewed 40 to 50 minutes of the actual debate of a 4-hour discussion. And it took me about 3 hours to do so. So, keep in mind, if you send me a 10-hour debate, I'm probably not going to get through it. But no, I that would help me immensely if people are giving me potential debates to review. And I don't always want it to be the same people. So I don't want to just review Destiny debates or Steven Crowder debates or Nick Fuentes debates or Andrew Wilson debates. I'd like for it to be a mix of people, including people I don't know, I think would be interesting. Zach Gelpy, $5. Thank you so much as always, my friend. Exphobic, $2 says blah, blah. Get to the real analysis. Who mogs who? Steven won. He mogged. Left-handed assassin, $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Zach Yelpy, $10 says, I like DeSantis, but he was so lackluster in the primary that I don't think he really has a chance. I don't know. He did very good there in Florida, and if he learned his lesson, the problem was he surrounded himself with the things, like DeSantis is a weird, quirky guy. I get it. Like them telling him, you could just tell they're like, smile, and it doesn't come natural to him. He's like, it's like, don't do that. Like, be yourself. DeSantis as governor and his communications and selling himself as governor is incredible. Campaign DeSantis sucks. So he just needs people around him that are telling him, like, look, man, just be natural. You don't have to change shit. You don't have to change anything. Zach Kelpie, another 10, says the only way it would work is Nick has to name the person he's talking about, not just some candidate in the ether. I totally agree. Hey, jump off this ravine. Why? Trust me, something's going to happen. Can you tell me what? I can't, but trust me, it's good. Yeah, man, then no, I'm not going to jump into the ravine. I'm sorry. No, not happening. Gully, $50, man. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, man. Abject Fool, $50. Thank you. Says, I haven't seen this debate before. Nick is wrong in his plan. But is the Iran war something mundanely bad, like only gas prices? I wish there was more in-depth argument regarding the global economy, regarding resources like, say, fertilizer. No, that's the question. A lot of the people will say that this is like generationally bad. My argument with the Iran war is we don't know yet. I mean, we're what? 12 weeks in? 10 weeks in? Something like that? 10 to 12 weeks in? Right now, if we pull out, I don't know. There are people that are confident. Trust me, bro. We're fucked in the future because of this. I don't see that as the case. I really don't. I think it's entirely possible there could be new leadership in there that capitulates to the United States and maybe a combination of the U.S., China, European interest, other Middle East interests. And it's like, look, this is how it's going to be. And we end up having a short-term blitz that within 3 months from now, no one's really talking about. But maybe not. Maybe this drags on for 4 or 5 years, leads to significant boots on the ground, significant loss of life, significant energy restrictions, or maybe it's something in between. Maybe it does cause energy restrictions, which puts the United States in a better position as a global net energy producer to be able to sell more and do even better as a country itself, but it has negative ramifications for other countries around the world, including China. All of those are possible, but the idea that I'm going to vote Democrat for the people that are antithetical to everything about my life and basically want me destroyed, I mean, Kristen, thanks for the $10. Really appreciate it. Polly Shortcuts, Chair. How'd you like the new Crucible cartoon on Shapiro? I didn't see it. I'll have to look for it. Chair, I don't know if Chair saw it or not. The Great Zach Kelpie, $50, says, shameless plug, Main First Project and Speakeasy are putting on a live debate event Friday, July 24th before DebateCon 8. Hope to see you all there. Live debates, free barbecue, and alcohol. Yeah, Speakeasy mentioned that to me. First off, Main First is awesome. You guys should check them out. The Main First Project, really up in Maine, where a lot of these shit ideas that Democrats run with are tested. Zach's up there in the trenches fighting against this shit. So, and they do a great job of sponsoring a lot of these debate events. So, couldn't be happier with that. I think they're great. As to that specific event, I will be in Dallas. I don't know what day I'm flying in, but I would love to attend. So hopefully I'll be there as well, along with Zach, Speakeasy, and some other people that you might know from these shows. So you should definitely get tickets to go to DebateCon and make sure you're getting there a day early so that you can attend that event. So thank you so much, Zach. And Mr. Somebody for $10 says your debate analysis was very useful. Great insights. Thank you. I appreciate it. Mangozi, $5. Thanks so much. Says Chair sees all. Thank you. There's got to be a way to check all super chats on Rumble, right? You would think. I don't know. It's frustrating. I don't know. Well, what can I do? Now, we almost made it to the goal. We're only $40 away, $42 away from the goal. Tulsi Gabbard just resigned. Oh, boy. There's something. I wonder if we're likely to see some Joe Kent type behavior from Tulsi where she comes out and is like, look, I'm not happy with the war and blah, blah, blah. It'd be interesting. It'd be something to see. Oh, it's because her husband has cancer? Okay. Oh, well, if that's the legit reason, or is it because she's unhappy with stuff? I'm going to play Wolf Jazz when we hit the goal. So here's the deal. Let me see if my wife's downstairs. Okay, never mind. I got a little time. Piss, I forgot to send the... I text my wife and forgot to hit send. I love this. It's not all about Jewish people. They constantly remind you and then post like this. I don't really, I don't bet money. Now, we're close to the super chat goal. Let me explain what I'm going to be doing the rest of the week. There is no extravaganza today. We were considering it, but there's not going to be one. I will not be streaming until Sunday. I got some like festival in the town, families coming in, so I won't be streaming until Sunday night. I guess there's an off shot tonight or tomorrow night I could, but it is not planned. So if it happens, it happens. I would say there's only like a 5 to 10% chance of that occurring. As we wait for someone to get us to the goal, I know someone's going to donate to get us to the goal. I just know it. We're going to get to that goal at 357. But even if not, I do want to ask, any quick notes? Were people upset that I kind of only focused on the debate and not on the chat? Is that something that bothered you? Do you understand why I'm doing that? Because inevitably when we cut that and put it for its own standalone thing, if I'm like, oh, and by the way, Seth, I'm still talking, you know what I mean? It kind of takes you out of just the review. Did I spend too much time on commentary? Was there something you liked or disliked about it? You could let me know in the comments or on Discord as well, but you could say if there's anything to say in the chat. So I like doing that stuff. I like reviewing debates. And found it a lot of fun. So the chat was fighting with each other. I give you time. Good. That's what I like to hear. The loud gong is weird. Yeah, I thought if I was going to do, like, I thought about doing it just like getting a 10-minute clip of a debate and then analyzing that. But, Ain't the Eagle, $5 says Brian Shaprio recently did his own Jubilee style 20 verse 1 debate that he's going to release soon. That would be hilarious to review. Dude, one of the funniest things I ever heard. Yesterday in the extravaganza, Jake read he read a DM that Brian sent him and was just like, "What are you doing? You're worthless. I'm having Jubilee style debates." Do you understand how hilarious that is? Tonight, I'm going to have a Tim Pool style dinner, as I sit around a table with a bunch of friends and talk. Isn't that cool? Tim Pool. It'll be Joe Rogan Experience-esque conversations. See how popular I am? It's hilarious. Reverse massage, $2 says, I feel like we never talk anymore. Maybe you hurt my feelings. I don't know. It's probably this. It's probably the microphone. I don't know. T-Mobile, yeah. Yeah, that was a great DM. Jake nailed it. I did last night. I do owe someone this clip. It wasn't working last night. Here you go. Jews. Now I'm good. Now I'm speaking the truth. There we go. Nailed it. All right. 10% of the goal left, and then I could go have a happy weekend. Hope you all have a happy weekend, too. Might I recommend this evening, check out and see if the Crucible's doing anything, and then check out Speakeasy will be doing Verbal Combat, which you could actually join if you like. All you need is access to a computer or phone to join StreamYard. We can go on and debate people, and it's a lot of fun. So I recommend those two things. Sunday, of course, will be I'm Speaking Now. Powerful tales of educated black women telling us all about the world. Let's see. What can I do? What clever grifting trick can I do to get... it doesn't even matter. But now I just feel like $35 away? What can I do for $35? Here's a question Chad didn't seem to be able to answer. Pandering to neocons in Congress to get his agenda passed hasn't worked for Trump. What is the efficacy of continuing to do it? Well, that would be a question of Trump, right? And should he continue to? He didn't. He just endorsed Ken Paxton, which pissed the neocons off immensely. It may be that some of the things that neocons want that Trump also believes. The conflation is people assume that anything that a group wants, whether it be Israel, neocons, Trump is bending the knee to them. He is giving them something. But what if Trump wants those things as well? What if Trump truly believes Iran tried to assassinate him? What if Trump truly believes that they are funding one of the biggest global sponsors of terrorism and they're trying to build a nuclear weapon, right? Now, I'd still argued at the time, I think Trump should have used it as a bargaining chip. Hey, even if it's something I want, you don't have to tell them that. And you just say, if you want this, then you give me the SAVE Act. See, I disagree. Do you have kids, Tide Pride? Probably not. It's okay to cheer for Mad Max style Civil War, right? When you don't have kids. Oh, well, fuck it. Bring it on. Abject Fool, $50, says, it seems like foreign policy of America is nothing major could impact us regarding the global economy. Like all the major positions are that the Iran war is overall good for America, if distasteful. I mean, there are people with that perception. I don't think that's the case. But there definitely are people with that prescription that they think that it's like, everything will work out for us in the end. And someday it won't. And it may be this war. It may actually be it. I don't see that yet, but it could be. Oh, yeah. Go! Exobic says, you're proving, Nick, right, that fathers are reluctant revolutionaries. Yeah, well, I think you're proving me right that accelerationism's terrible and it's done by people that don't really give a shit about the future. So I guess we're both being proved right. But I'm glad that now we're getting an admission that the prescriptions basically lead to a Mad Max style civil war where millions of people die. Fuck it, bring it on. Let's do it. Nah, I'm good. I'm going to try to avoid that. But here's the thing. If I'm wrong and me trying to avoid that still leads to a civil war with millions of people's lives die, then you still got what you wanted. It just took an extra 40 years. So what's the difference? Are you 100% sure of what you're saying? Of course not. I just listened to your guy say, yeah, it's a leap of faith. Maybe it'll work. We don't know. It is not. I mean, I don't. Did you watch the debate? Did you hear anything I said? Just to be clear, vote for the people that will import another 20 million people do all of this horrible shit that I'm bitching about. Nick bitches about that shit, by the way. Oh my goodness. Republicans, look what they did. No, that was Democrats. So Nick's looking not at the distant past. Nick's looking at just since 2020, where he told people to sit out the Senate race. Losing that Senate race helped import 10 million people. Now he points at those 10 million people, go, look how bad that was. But anyways, let's do it again. Then he'll point to the 10 million that come in next time and go, now we're fucked. Look, we brought in 10 million more. But you said we were already fucked. So what's the 10 million matter? Why even point to it? But okay, ex-phobic, I'll put it your way. If we're all fucked, why aren't you out there right now fighting the war? Go ahead. Are you choosing temporary comfort right now in your home? Why is that? That seems like a reluctant revolutionary. My goodness, get out there. What are you doing? You're choosing comfort? Oh, it's okay for you. You just want me to sign off on the world being hell for my son. And if not, well, I'm choosing comfort. Reverse Massage, $5 says, just hijacking the show to tell everyone my daughter is one of 627 semifinalists for the Presidential Scholars Program. That is all. That is amazing, man. Congratulations. That's awesome. Good for her, man. Amazing. Zach Gelpy, $20 says, accelerationists can't comprehend that if they get what they want, war is going to be all around us. Our children won't have to read the horrors of war from a book. They'll see it with their own eyes. That's right. It's like, I remember I had this debate with this communist once. And the communist is talking about how bad the world is. And I was like, I don't know. We're probably in one of the best periods of time in the world by many metrics, right? And I was like, but even if you don't believe that, there were certainly times that things were worse. Times and areas where things were worse. And this communist told me, that's not true. To be alive in the United States right now, or in the Western world in general, is literally the worst time and place in the history of humanity. Not like Cambodia during year zero. Not like Ukraine during the Holodomor. Not like China during Mao's exterminations. Fuck, if you're a lefty, not like the extermination camps in Germany? Nope, it's right now. It's worse than all of that. That's how it sounds to me when people are like, we have to choose immediate acceleration of bring in 20, 40 million more illegals that hate you. Let them butcher your children so that it inspires you to fight back. Otherwise, you're choosing comfort. You have to choose the Civil War. Said by people that aren't choosing the Civil War, that aren't doing anything. Okay, let's assume that 90% of the women are hoes. So I have Cambodia, where they would butcher me and my family. What was it? Something like 70, 80% of the population butchered, or 90% of the women hoes. I could choose to not get with the hoe, to get with a good woman, to have a kid and still live my life. But no, that's worse than if I was butchered by Pol Pot. It's worse. I don't even know how to talk common sense to you people. It's so silly. Things are as bad as they could possibly be right now. They can't get any worse. Therefore, accelerationism, let's start the Civil War. And if that means 100, 200 million people die in this country, hey, it was worth it. And if you're against that, if you're like, I'm going to hold out hope we're making incremental positive change. Trust me, those incremental positive changes, they're not worth it. They suck. Trust me, they're not worth it. War now. Go to war now. Import millions now. No, I'm sorry. Not a persuasive argument. And again, if I'm wrong, you still get everything you want. What's the issue? But Rob, we wanted the bloodthirsty 100 million people dying war to happen 20 years sooner. Damn you, Rob. You'll still get it if I'm wrong? If there is no survivability? If we can't change things? Okay, you'll still get it. It's like saying, well, all of us die eventually, so you might as well die now, because eventually you're going to die. Why even worry about having 60 good years raising a family? Why worry about it? We're all going to die, so just end it now. No, I'm good, thanks. I like my life. Anyways, I'd be happy to talk to Nick Fuentes or anyone else about this plan. Now, I will say, even if you disagree with me, notice I didn't say Nick's a Fed. I didn't say he's a piece of shit or anything like that. I disagree with his arguments. I outlined why I think they're negative. I'm approaching this the same way but both Nick and Steven did, which is I'm assuming that the majority of people, and I would include Nick and Steven in this, that we're talking about around this, them, their audiences, want what's best for the country. We just have massive disagreements on how to get there. That's it. Maybe Nick's a Fed. Maybe I am. Maybe Steven Crowder's a Fed. I don't know. I don't really give a shit. It's unimportant to the point. I'm arguing his point as if it is coming as a good faith point of general advocacy. So I hope that it comes across that I didn't just cop out and say, fuck it, this guy's a Fed. This is all bullshit. That's not what I did. I tried to give an even-handed review of the debate, even if you disagree with me. And to both Nick and Steven's credit, regardless of how they really think, I have no reason to believe that they think differently than what was being portrayed there, but they both treated each other pretty much with respect. So, Abject Fool, $10 says, it really sucks that Nick is the head of this. Have accelerationist plans ever worked in history? Sure, I would debate JF on it. I get along with JF. All right, well, folks, I'm going to wrap up this evening. Afternoon. We'll call it afternoon. I have a wonderful week planned. See, I don't want accelerationists. I like my weekend that I planned. I'm going to hang out with some family. There's a parade coming and all of that good stuff here. I can't wait. I'm very excited for it. So I hope you all have a wonderful weekend as well. Because it's not the evening, we won't do the Charlie Kirk outro video. I saved that for the outro video. Let's find someone to raid. I could do that, right? And then look for, eventually we'll have an announcement of this video that I just did when it gets put up as a standalone video. Obviously with the beginning and end cut out of all of this stuff. Edit video. Who we rating? Let's see if anyone interesting is on. Ooh. Our good friend Jim Bob. Go make fun of Jim Bob's short or small shoulders. Thank you so much. First, I want to thank Stephen Crowder I was using his video, so thanks, Crowder. Thanks, Nick Fuentes, for doing the debate with Stephen Crowder and giving me an opportunity to cover it, an important conversation. So thank you to everyone in the chat that chatted, and I apologize that the nature of this type of show is less chat interaction. Level 4 Lobster $2 says, I'm saying Nick's a piece of shit. Did I get this? Jason Mulgren, thanks for being a member, man. I hope I didn't miss that. Thank you. Really appreciate it. But I want to thank all the people that donated today. You guys are amazing. I was hoping to get at least $10,000 with this. I'm just kidding. You guys are great. Thank you all. Thanks to my editor, Black Elk. All of my mods, thank you so much. We're going to be raiding over to Jim Bob. Have a wonderful weekend. I won't see you till Sunday night. Remember, around 10 p.m. Sunday night, we'll do I'm Speaking Now. If you haven't caught the show, it is tremendous. There is no more powerful show for powerful female black voices in the world than the Normal America show on Sunday nights with I'm Speaking Now. So we look forward to seeing you there. Have a wonderful weekend. God bless you all. We'll talk to you soon. As always, have a good